Summer in the south had a stubborn, clinging heat that just wouldn't let go. Even though it was already September, the afternoon sun still blazed without mercy, the hot air wrapping around everyone and making them irritable. He Huan forced his tired eyes open, but his brain had already checked out. He had spent the entire night at an internet cafe with his deskmate and was dead on his feet. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep. He just couldn't. This was Teacher Guo's class. Ha, ha, a completely out-of-place sound broke the silence of the classroom. He Huan turned and looked at his deskmate, who was fast asleep behind a tall stack of textbooks. How does this guy have the nerve? The other students heard the snoring too, and all of them turned to look. Up on the podium, Teacher Guo's eyes went wide. She was clearly furious. He Huan quickly elbowed He Huan, but the guy didn't react at all. He Huan. Teacher Guo's roar jolted the sleeping boy awake. He Huan opened his bleary eyes and looked up at Teacher Guo. On the podium next to the blackboard hung a sign that read, 263 days until the college entrance exam. Hadn't he just lain down to rest after drinking? How did he end up in a classroom? For a moment, He Huan couldn't tell if this was a dream or reality. Where am I? Laughter erupted around him. The guy was so out of it he actually asked where he was. He Huan's brain slowly booted up from its blank state. He muttered under his breath, "This is Dazi number 1 high school. God, is this a dream within a dream? It feels so real." The students laughed even harder. He Huan, He Huan's best buddy, was so embarrassed he wanted to disown him on the spot. He leaned over and whispered, "Huan, shut up, Teacher Guo is about to lose it." He Huan still looked confused. Then something stung his head. A piece of chalk had landed right on it. "He Huan, if you're not going to study, go stand in the back." He looked at Teacher Guo on the podium. Her eyes were full of anger, disappointment, and disgust, like she was examining a filthy maggot. He Huan's heart jolted. He looked down at himself. He was wearing a faded grey t-shirt with a rolled collar and a pair of tight black jeans that had lost all their color, with a patch sewn onto the crotch. He remembered in high school, maybe from sitting too long, his pants would always rip at the crotch. His family didn't have money to buy new ones, so his mom sewed them up every time. He Huan pinched his thigh hard. Oh, that hurt. This wasn't a dream. He really had been reborn. Back to his high school days. More precisely, it was the year 2007. That year, the first lunar probe, Chang'e 1, was launched. That year, the whole country was preparing for next year's Olympics opening ceremony. That year, a massive snowstorm would hit the south, affecting hundreds of millions of people's travel. But for He Huan, that year, his mother would leave him forever in a car accident. Luckily, at this point in time, he still had a chance to change everything. He Huan, did you go to the internet cafe all night again? He Huan's mind was racing, and he didn't catch what Teacher Guo had asked. He answered blankly, yes. No sooner had he said it than he regretted it. Sure enough, Teacher Guo tore into him even harder. Do you even realize how tough your family's situation is? Do you know you haven't even paid this semester's tuition yet? Your mother raised you all by herself, working herself to the bone, and you go to an internet cafe. Do you think that's fair to her? If you don't want to study, go out and get a job, instead of wasting the money your mother works so hard to earn. Teacher Guo was really getting into her rant when she noticed He Huan's shoulders start to shake. Big teardrops rolled down his face. For a second, Teacher Guo was a little stunned. Had she been too harsh, or was the kid finally having a change of heart? None of the students had ever seen anything like this either, and they all stared. He Huan suddenly lifted his head, his eyes teary. Teacher Guo, could you call my mom and ask her to come to school? Teacher Guo was a bit confused. Why was he asking for his parents himself? She thought about his strange behavior and her heart skipped a beat. Could this kid be thinking about jumping off a building? She softened her tone and asked, "Why do you want your mom to come?" "I haven't seen my mom in 18 years. I miss her so much." He Huan wiped his tears with his sleeve, and his racing heart slowly calmed in a steady voice. He said, "My family's pretty poor. I don't have money for the dorm fees either. I wanted to ask my mom to come and take my stuff from the dorm. I won't live on campus anymore. So he just wants to switch to commuting from home." Teacher Guo relaxed. "All right, I'll call your house after class. Stand up and listen for the rest of this period. If you fall asleep again, I'll have your mom take you home." He Huan stood up straight, his mind churning with thoughts. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his eyes drifted toward a figure in the front row. A girl sat with her head down, quiet as a celestial maiden untouched by worldly affairs. He Huan didn't linger. He quickly looked away. In his past life, Li Lan had given him humiliation he could never shake off, but then again, without that humiliation, he never would have become the billionaire He Huan he later was. Now that he had a second life, He Huan felt nothing. No awkward teenage crush, no burning vow to prove himself. She was just a passerby, insignificant, someone who would never stir his emotions again. Teacher Guo went back to teaching, but her eyes kept flicking toward He Huan. To her surprise, he seemed different. His eyes were bloodshot, but he looked wide awake, listening intently to her lecture. No way. Did I actually knock some sense into him? To test her theory, she wrote a function on the board and asked, "He Huan, how do you differentiate this?" It was a simple trigonometric function. He Huan had always been smart, and he really had been paying attention. He walked up to the podium confidently, grabbed a piece of chalk, and wrote down the derivative in no time. Teacher Guo felt a surge of relief. Her tone softened. "Good. Go back to your seat and sit down." As He Huan turned, he couldn't help glancing at Li Lan in the first row again. The same familiar face, but now, compared to 18 years later, she was younger and more vibrant. He only looked for a second before hurrying off the podium and back to his seat. He picked up his book and stood up straight again. Teacher Guo asked, puzzled, "He Huan, aren't you going to sit?" "No, I'm afraid if I sit down, I'll fall asleep again." Teacher Guo's heart trembled. She had stood at this podium for nearly 20 years. She could usually tell at a glance which students were really trying and which were just coasting, but now, she really couldn't figure out He Huan. Was he just putting on a show, or had he truly woken up? The bell finally rang, and the music for eye exercises started playing over the speakers. He Huan hadn't slept all night and was completely exhausted. He was about to lie down and rest when he heard Teacher Guo call. "Out, He Huan, come out here." He Huan followed Guo Jing out into the hallway. Everyone was doing eye exercises, so the corridor was dead quiet. "He Huan, are you sure you want your mom to come in?" He Huan just gave a soft Guo Jing didn't press further. She pulled out her phone, scrolled through her contacts, found He Huan's mother, Liu Mai, and dialed. The call picked up fast. A mess of noise spilled through the speaker. She was obviously on Pedestrian Street. "Hello, Teacher Guo. Please give me a few more days. Once I get paid this month, I'll make sure to pay the tuition right away." Her voice was polite but flustered. Guo Jing genuinely admired this strong woman. It was a shame her son didn't live up to her efforts. She forced a smile. "That's not why I called. He Huan's mom. He Huan just told me he doesn't want to board at school anymore. He wants you to come pick up his bedding and things." "Oh, that's what he wants." "Yes, he's right here beside me." "All right. I'll head over after work. Sorry for the trouble, Teacher Guo." "No trouble at all. It's my job." Guo Jing was about to hang up when He Huan said urgently, "Teacher Guo, can I say something?" Guo Jing quickly lifted the phone back to her ear. "He Huan's mom, one moment. He Huan wants to talk to you." She handed him the phone. He Huan could barely hold it together. He said, low and soft, Mom. What is it, Huan? 18 years since he'd last heard that voice. The voice he'd ached for in his dreams. The feeling crashed over him and tears streamed down his face instantly. He didn't want anyone to see him like this, so he turned away, his back to Teacher Guo. Mom, I'm sorry, he choked up. Couldn't even finish a sentence. A few students were peeking through the windows and door. Why was He Huan crying again? Guo Jing walked to the door and snapped toward the classroom. What are you looking at? Keep doing your eye exercises. Li Lan, get up to the podium and supervise. Li Lan quickly looked away from He Huan. Honestly, she was curious too about what was going on with him. She went up to the podium and pretended to lead the class, but her eyes kept darting outside. Too bad for her, though. The door slammed shut with a click, closed by her own mother. That's right. Guo Jing wasn't just Li Lan's homeroom teacher, she was also her mom. The second Guo Jing vanished, the classroom dissolved into whispers. Li Lan grabbed the chalkboard eraser and banged it on the desk. Do your eye exercises. Like mother, like daughter. One shout and the whole room went dead silent again. Out in the hallway, He Huan seemed to have pulled himself together a little. He said into the phone, Mom, take your time getting here. Don't run any red lights, okay? I know, silly boy, still missing your mom at your age. I'll be there soon. Stop crying, silly boy. I'll wait for you. He hung up, his eyes were still wet, but a smile tugged at his lips. He handed the phone back to Guo Jing. Thank you, Teacher Guo. Guo Jing didn't get why He Huan had suddenly gotten so emotional, but a kid who understood and appreciated his parents, even if he wasn't great at studying, was still a good kid. No worries, study hard from now on and make your mom proud. He Huan nodded hard. Guo Jing walked back to the office. He Huan stayed put, staring blankly at the playground in the distance. After a long moment, it hit him, his little sister was at this school too. He was about to leave when something in his jeans pocket dug into his thigh. He pulled it out, and his expression froze. It was his wallet from his previous life. He opened it. A stack of cash, maybe 2,000 yuan, tucked in the inner sleeve was a bank card. This was the card he'd used most in his past life before he was reborn. There'd been at least 100 million in that account. Only thing was, he had no idea if the money was still there now. If it was, every single problem his family had would be solved. By the time Class 8 finished their eye exercises and stepped out, the hallway was empty again. A girl with a few pimples tugged Li Lan's sleeve and whispered, Class Beauty Li, your mom is terrifying. She actually made He Huan cry. Li Lan shot her a sharp look. He's got no spine. He deserved it. True, but can you believe a guy our age would cry in public? So humiliating. He Huan. The sharp voice made He Huan jump. She spun around to see Guo Jing's stern face, holding an insulated mug. Worry about yourself. Don't make fun of other people. Yes, Teacher Guo. Only after Guo Jing walked into the classroom did He Huan let out a breath. She muttered to Li Lan, Class Monitor Li, your mom is seriously scary. Li Lan rolled her eyes. You asked for it. He Huan linked arms with Li Lan. All right, I'm done gossiping. Come on, let's go to the bathroom. Dazi No. 1 High School had 3 teaching buildings lined up side by side, one for each grade. Relying on his memory, He Huan made his way to the Senior 1 building and finally stopped outside Class 3. He peered through the front door and zeroed in on a familiar figure in the 3rd row. She saw him too, but deliberately turned her head away and pretended not to notice. He Huan's chest tightened with mixed emotion. He called out, He Chen. He Chen frowned. Her deskmate leaned in, curious. Who's that? He's kind of cute. Cute, he's a creep. He Chen got up, walked over to He Huan, and pulled him aside to a quiet spot. With a disgusted look, she said, "What do you want? Let me be clear, I don't have any money." He Huan smiled knowingly. "Who said I was borrowing money from you? I just wanted to see you. Are you crazy?" He Chen rolled her eyes and spun around to head back to class. "Hey, hold up. Mom's coming to school later. Let's all go out and eat tonight." "Huh? Isn't Mom at work? Why's she coming to school out of nowhere?" "I'll explain after class. I'm just letting you know." He Chen's heart did a tiny flip. She'd been eating nothing but plain vegetables and pickled radishes every day at school. The thought of going out for a real meal was definitely exciting, but then her face fell again. Mom counts every penny. There's no way she'll agree to eat at a restaurant. He Huan couldn't argue with that. As far back as he could remember, his family had always been broke. Neither he nor his sister ever got new clothes. They'd patch up the old ones or wear hand-me-downs from their older cousins, so he couldn't blame his mom for being so careful with money. Raising 2 kids all by herself under those conditions, she was already the best mother in the world. "Don't worry. My treat tonight." He Chen squinted at him. "You're always at the internet cafe. Where'd you get money?" "Don't worry about it. I've got cash." He Chen clearly wasn't buying it. "He Huan, you didn't come all the way here just to mess with me, did you? What's this He Huan business? I'm your brother." He Chen snorted but didn't say a word. Her eyes were full of disdain. He Huan felt helpless. His old self had really been a disaster. If his own sister didn't respect him, he'd earned it. "Relax. I've still got some of my living expenses left." He Chen finally cracked a grin. In her mind, if He Huan's living expenses weren't going toward the internet cafe, they might as well turn into a good meal in her stomach. He Huan rushed off, but by the time he got to the classroom, the bell had already rung. "Reporting." Guo Jing glanced at him and said flatly, "Take your seat." As soon as he sat down, Cao Shin leaned in and whispered, "Huanzi, what did Teacher Guo talk to you about out there?" "Nothing." "Then why are you crying again?" He Huan ignored that one. Cao Shin kept at it. "Did Teacher Guo tell your mom you were up all night gaming?" "Bro, you're really pushing your luck today. Keep talking and she'll call you out for a private chat too." Cao Shin glanced up. Guo Jing was staring right at him. He straightened up and pretended to arrange his textbooks. For the rest of class, Cao Shin couldn't sit still. He was convinced He Huan was possessed. How else could the guy sit there quietly, taking notes? Last night they were both in the net cafe. Didn't he need sleep? Finally, near the end of class, Cao Shin couldn't hold it in. "Huanzi, what did Teacher Guo slip you?" He Huan kept taking notes. "What do you mean? You're seriously denying this?" Cao Shin grabbed He Huan's textbook and jabbed a finger at the page. "Look at this. You're taking detailed notes in class. Is this the same Huanzi I know?" A piece of chalk sailed from the podium and smacked him on the head. Guo Jing stood with a textbook in one hand, the other on her hip. "Some students don't bother studying and then disturb others. One more word and you're out." Cao Shin ducked behind his book and shot He Huan a dirty look. He Huan chuckled, scribbled on a slip of paper, and passed it over. Cao Shin looked at it. "If you don't study hard now, you'll regret it later." He curled his lip. "Still putting on an act. Let's see how long you keep this up." A figure appeared at the classroom window. Cao Shin looked up and saw a middle-aged woman with fine lines around her eyes. She peered in, searching for someone. Her features were delicate, but years of hard work had worn her down. Cao Shin nudged He Huan and pointed. "One look," and He Huan's eyes filled with tears. Guo Jing had also noticed Liu Mai outside. "He Huan, step out for a moment." He Huan gave her a grateful look and hurried into the hallway. Seeing that familiar face again, a wave of emotion rushed through him. 1,000 things he wanted to say, but all that came out was, "Mom, I finally get to see you." Liu Mai was baffled by his intensity. She wiped a tear from his cheek. "Why are you crying, child? We just saw each other last week." He Huan couldn't explain. He gripped her hand. "Mom, I'm sorry. From now on, I'll listen to you." Liu Mai grew cautious. "You're not out of money and trying to hit me up, are you?" He Huan's expression went strange. Even his mom, like his sister, assumed he only came to them when he needed cash, which, to be fair, wasn't far from the truth. His past self had been pretty useless, a total net junkie. A little ashamed, he said, "Mom, I mean it. I'm going to get into a good university, and I'll take care of you." Liu Mai just figured he was running his mouth. His grades were dead last. What good university could he possibly get into? But she didn't say that. At least he was showing some awareness. That was something. "By the way, Teacher Gu said you want to switch to being a day student. What's this about?" He had two reasons. First, grades in the dorm. Lights went out at 11 p.m., which was a waste for a night owl like him. Second, money. As a boarder, he was locked inside school 24/7. Even if he had a million ideas, he couldn't act on any of them. University would give him more freedom to earn, but he was desperate to pull his mom and sister out of their cramped, struggling life. He couldn't wait. "Mom, I really want to get into a good school. The dorm lights cut off at 11. Even if I want to push myself, I can't. Qianqian's a day student. Look how she does. Always top 3 in her class." Liu Mai remained skeptical. The first time he'd asked to board, he'd used studying as an excuse. It was really so he could sneak off to net cafes at night. Now he wanted to switch back. She had no idea what he was up to. The bell rang. Gu Jing came out and greeted Liu Mai warmly. After some brief small talk, Liu Mai asked, "Teacher Gu, my son wants to be a day student. I'm not sure what to think." The hallway was crowded, so Gu Jing said, "He Huan's parent, let's talk in my office." The office was right next to the classroom, just a few square meters with a single desk inside. Gu Jing poured a glass of water and offered it to Liu Mai. Liu Mai waved her hands. "Teacher Gu, you don't need to. I can't have you serving me tea. It's no trouble. It's hot out. Have some water." Liu Mai relented and took it. Gu Jing poured another glass for He Huan. He took the cup with both hands and gave a slight bow. "Thank you, Teacher Gu." Gu Jing was a bit surprised. Liu Mai had been so restrained, but He Huan was calm and polite. Every action shows a person's mindset. Liu Mai's rough circumstances had likely left her a little self-conscious, but He Huan, a rock-bottom student, how could he act so naturally? Gu Jing paused, then said, "He Huan's parent, about switching to day student, I think it mainly depends on his own intention. If he believes it will help his grades, why should we object?" Liu Mai looked skeptical. "Are you really doing this for your studies? What else? I'd be right under your nose every evening. It's not like I can go to a net cafe. If you don't believe me, I'll make a pledge." Gu Jing's eyes lit up. "Now that's an idea. What kind of pledge?" "By the end of this semester, I'll break into the top 20 of the class." Gu Jing inhaled. He really said it. 63 students, and he was dead last. Top 20 in under 4 months. If it's a pledge, what happens if you fail? He Huan had tossed it out casually, but Teacher Gu was taking it seriously. "What do you suggest?" "If you don't make the top 20 by the end of the term, I'll assign you double the winter homework. If you do, I'll reward you with 500 yuan in cash." He Huan smiled. "Fine, no problem." In his last life, He'd gotten into a top-ranked university in just half a year, living a second time around. This shouldn't be hard as for the 500 yuan. He didn't even care. He didn't know if there was any money on his bank card. Even if there wasn't, he was confident he could earn tens of thousands before college. Guo Jing's face broke into a happy smile. Training a good student was one thing, but turning a hopeless slacker into an outstanding one, that was real accomplishment. He Huan, go back to class. I'll take your mom to handle the paperwork. After school this afternoon, you can pick up your things from the dorm and take them home. He Huan agreed. Before he left, he turned back to Liu Mai. Mom, I already talked to Qianqian. We're eating out after school. Liu Mai frowned. Why waste money? But with teacher Guo there, she couldn't show it. She just said flatly, "All right, I got it." Cao Xin was dozing at his desk when a strange noise jolted him awake. He opened his eyes and saw He Huan moving the towering stacks of textbooks from his desk to the floor by his feet. Cao Xin stared in disbelief. He Huan, what are you doing? You're giving up on studying. What are you talking about? I just think all these books on the desk are too distracting. Cao Xin was stunned. Was this really the He Huan he knew? No way, teacher Guo called your mom in and now you've suddenly turned into a little angel. You, the class slacker, trying to study. You're talking nonsense again. I was the one who asked mom to come to school. I'm switching to day student from now on. No more boarding. Wait. If you're a day student, who's going to stay up all night at the internet cafe with me? He Huan stopped what he was doing and looked at Cao Xin earnestly. Old classmate, let me put it to you this way. Years from now, one of our classmates becomes a big boss. You finally work up the nerve to ask for a job, but you've got no real skills. Even if he wants to help, the best he can offer is head of security. At that point, wouldn't you regret not busting your hump now to get into a good university? Phut, who's the big boss? Ku Leijun. He Huan, I'm not trying to sound proud, but even if I starved to death, I'd never go to that hypocrite. Ku Leijun was the class monitor of Senior 3, Class 8. Cao Xin and the old He Huan were both troublemakers, so Ku Leijun was always on their case. Naturally, they didn't get along, but to be fair, in their current class, Ku Leijun did have the best family background, so Cao Xin probably thought he was the big boss He Huan mentioned. He Huan shook his head helplessly. Believe what you want. I've seen the light. All I care about now is getting into a good university. He Huan's behavior drew some attention from the other students, but nobody took it seriously. He was just a bottom-of-the-class slacker. No matter how he stirred the pot, it was just a passing phase. Soon enough, he'd be back to his old ways. The next 2 periods were physics. After handling Liu Mai's paperwork, teacher Guo Jing made a point of stopping by the classroom window each time she checked. He Huan was fully focused, listening and taking notes. She felt a wave of relief. She had a feeling He Huan had truly turned over a new leaf. During the break between the 3rd and 4th periods in the afternoon, He Huan took Liu Mai back to the dormitory to show her his bed. Actually, he didn't have much, just bedding, a few clothes, and some toiletries. While folding the blanket, Liu Mai grumbled, He Huan, you have evening self-study tonight. When will you have time to eat out? You and Qianqian should just eat in the school cafeteria. I'll haul all your stuff home. He Huan knew Liu Mai didn't want to spend money, but this was his first meal after his rebirth, and he wanted the whole family together. No way. I already promised Qianqian, and I've got all these blankets and clothes. You can't carry everything by yourself. Let's eat together first, then you take some home, and after evening self-study I'll bring the rest. But I'm not hungry. How about you and Qianqian go out, and I'll just make something simple at home? Out of nowhere, He Huan felt a sting in his nose. Mom, I'm going to be bringing in money too from now on. We should enjoy our food and drink whatever we want. Money's meant to be spent. We can't skimp on ourselves. Nonsense. We need to save for your college tuition and for you to get married. Alright, Mom, just let us splurge today, okay? And I'll treat. Liu Mai let out a laugh. Your money is my money. What are you even saying? Right, my money is yours, Mom. I have to get to class. After school, wait for Chanshan and me to eat together. Liu Mai watched his back and smiled with relief. In the past, every time she came to school, Teacher Guo would say He Huan didn't take his studies seriously and had no self-control. But today was different. Teacher Guo actually praised him for the first time. Yes, for that pledge of his. She'd be more than satisfied if he even made it into the top 40, let alone the top 20. The final bell rang. Students by the dozens grabbed their stainless steel bowls and rushed to the cafeteria, terrified that a second's delay would land them in a long line. In the classroom of grade 10, class 3, Yarrow Shin saw He Chen still sitting quietly and asked, He Chen, aren't you going to eat? You go ahead. I'm eating out today. Yarrow Shin squinted and grinned. It wouldn't be with that handsome guy who came to find you this afternoon, would it? What? That's my brother. Your brother goes to number 1 high too. You never mentioned him. TCH, what's there to say? He's a delinquent. Yarrow Shin looked puzzled. I thought brothers were supposed to dote on their little sisters. Is he your real brother? No, I don't want a brother like that. How can you say that? He Huan happened to walk into the classroom just then. Hearing those defiant words, he felt a flash of anger. Mom is downstairs. Go ask her if we're blood related or not. He Chen rolled her eyes and turned her head away. The siblings were bickering, and Yarrow Shin felt awkward, caught in the middle. She grabbed her bowl and ran out of the classroom. He Chen got up too and walked ahead, pouting, trying to shake He Huan off. Liu Mai was waiting downstairs, seeing her daughter come down looking angry. She asked, Chanshan, are you fighting with your brother again? What? He Huan chimed in from behind. She insists I'm not her real brother. Liu Mai's brow furrowed immediately. She scolded He Chen, if you ever say that nonsense again, I'll hit you. Unlike He Huan, He Chen had always been a model student, raised on praise from everyone around her. Being publicly reprimanded by Liu Mai made her feel deeply wronged. He Huan softened. Alright, Mom, she was just kidding. Don't blow things out of proportion. Come on, let's go eat. Number 1 high school had over 3,000 students, so every day at dismissal the school entrance was swarmed with food stalls. Across the street there was also a row of cheap eateries where plenty of students would grab 2 dishes to upgrade their meal. When He Huan didn't slow down, Liu Mai asked curiously, Huan, where are you taking us to eat? There's a place called Country Bumpkin Eatery about 100 feet ahead. Why not just eat around here? Why go all that way? He Huan knew exactly what was worrying her. He smiled and said, that place is a lot cleaner, and the best part is, it's not expensive. Sure enough, once she heard not expensive, Liu Mai dropped it. The 3 of them walked into the eatery. There weren't many customers. They found a table by the window and sat down. He Huan picked up the menu and ordered fish, beef, and a mushroom egg drop soup. The waitress was about to leave when Liu Mai said, 1 meat dish is enough. That beef is 38 yuan a serving, too expensive. That's not expensive, that's the standard price. Besides, Chanshan loves beef. Since we're eating out, we might as well have something decent. At that moment, He Chen felt her brother's image grow taller. She really did love beef, but growing up, she only got to eat it during Chinese New Year. Mom, she said, didn't you say my brother is paying for this meal? Whoever pays gets to order. Where would your brother get the money? I'm the one who gave it to him and he hasn't even paid his tuition yet this semester. Senior high tuition was 400 yuan a semester, and the dorm fee was 300 He Chen's had been paid, but He Huan's 700 for both tuition and dorm still hadn't been scraped together at least now he wouldn't be boarding, so they'd save the 300 He Chen said quietly, maybe my brother should just drop out. He Huan nearly choked. He'd taken her out to eat, and this was how she repaid him. Liu Mai said, that won't do no matter how bad your brother's grades are, he has to at least finish high school. How else is he supposed to make it in the real world? He Chen wasn't convinced. What good was a high school diploma? He might as well go work and help lighten the family's burden. Right now He Huan had plenty of cash in his wallet, so tuition was the last thing on his mind. What really worried him was whether his bank card actually had any money. He saw that the food would take a while, so he said, Mom, wait for me for a second, I'm going to go buy a set of test papers. Liu Mai felt a wave of relief. Suddenly the meal felt worth every penny. Where's the bookstore? I'll go with you. He Huan was really just using it as an excuse to get to the bank. No way he could let Liu Mai tag along. No, I'll be quick. I'll go alone. He argued back and forth until finally Liu Mai dropped the idea of going with him. Right next to the eatery was a bank. He Huan stepped up to the ATM, inserted his card, entered his PIN, and checked the balance. The machine paused for a moment, then displayed a number, 102,762,209.6 yuan. He suppressed his excitement, tapped return, then withdraw, entered 3000. After a brief counting sound, the machine spat out 30 yuan bills. He Huan couldn't help but smile. Who would have thought? Not only had he been given a second chance at life, but he'd returned with 100 million in cash with no worries about startup capital. His plan to make money and support the family would be much easier. He put away the card and cash, walked into a small bookstore, grabbed a copy of 5 years of college entrance exams, 3 years of simulation, and strolled back to the eatery. There was no denying it, when you had money, your whole mood lifted. The moment he stepped back inside, Liu Mai said, Huan, what took you so long? Hurry up, the food's already here. He Huan sat down quickly, tossed the test papers onto the table, and said, I ran into a classmate at the bookstore and got held up. You didn't need to wait for me, go ahead and eat. He Chen glanced at the papers, curled her lip disdainfully, and muttered under her breath, putting on an act. Liu Mai immediately frowned at her. Your brother has changed. When I was at the school today, his homeroom teacher actually praised him. He Chen clearly didn't buy it. I know my brother. He must have gotten in trouble, and that's why the teacher called you in. No, he's going to start commuting from home, and I came to pick up his things. He Chen turned to look at He Huan. You're going to commute? Yeah. The second she heard that answer, He Chen exploded. He Huan, are you crazy? Our house only has 2 rooms. If you move back, where am I supposed to sleep? In your own room. And you? The study. There's a small bed in there, isn't there? That's where I study at night. Then let's swap. You take the study, I'll take your room. No way. He Huan rubbed his chin, pretending to think hard. Mom, I feel like the place we're living in now is a bit small. Maybe we should. He didn't even finish before Liu Mai exploded. She snapped at He Chen, you sleep in your room, your brother sleeps in the study. That's final. He Chen shot He Huan a furious glare, but he showed no reaction. She shoved a piece of beef into her mouth, thinking, I'll show you for trying to take my study, I'll eat you out of house and home. He Huan was in a bind. He couldn't let his mother know he had 100 million in his bank account, But he also wanted to move her into a bigger house. What was he supposed to do? 20 minutes later, they finished their meal. He Huan and He Chen, both young and using their brains a lot, had each eaten 2 bowls of rice. Liu Mai always tried to leave the good stuff for her kids, so she only ate a little bit of the peppers and the fishtail when she saw there was still some egg drop soup left. She couldn't bear to waste it and drank it all. He Huan sighed inwardly. His mother's mindset and habits were set in stone, changing them would take time. When it came time to pay, Liu Mai was going to settle the bill, but the front desk told her it had already been taken care of. Liu Mai looked at He Huan. You paid? He Huan smiled. Yeah. I took care of it when I went to the bathroom. You had that much cash on you? He answered casually, but inside he was trying to figure out how to explain where 100 million had come from. Liu Mai still had to go back to the dorm and get the things she'd packed, so she walked back to the school with He Huan and He Chen. As the 3 of them walked down the street, He Huan spotted a lottery shop on the corner. His eyes lit up. Finally, he had a way to make the money look clean in front of his mom. Mom, wait here a second. I'm gonna grab a lottery ticket. What do you need that for? It's all a scam. Not really, plenty of people win every year. It's only 1 ticket, 2 yuan, even if I lose, no big deal. No big deal, 2 yuan was real money. You could buy 2 boxes of tea for that. Liu Mai was about to tell him not to waste it, but He Huan was already halfway across the street. He walked into the shop and picked a random double color ball number. Winning or losing didn't matter. He just needed something to point to later so Liu Mai would believe the money was legit. When he came back out, both Liu Mai and He Chen laid into him. He Huan just smiled and let them talk. Back at school, He Chen headed to her own classroom while He Huan and Liu Mai went to the dorm. Evening self-study was about to start, so the room was empty. Liu Mai pulled a 100 yuan bill from her pocket and stuffed it into his. Mom, what are you doing? You really think I needed you to buy me dinner? Take it, you need money for test prep books, pens, snacks, all that stuff. He Huan nearly laughed. He had 100 million yuan sitting in a bank account, pulling in over 10,000 a day in interest. And his mom was slipping him pocket money on the slide. He pulled out the 3,000 yuan he had just withdrawn. The stack of bright red bills made Liu Mai blink like she was seeing things. He Huan, where did you get all this money? When your mom uses your full name, you know you're in trouble. Even though He Huan had his cover story ready, he couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Mom, I didn't steal it or anything. I earned it. Bull, how does a high school kid earn money? I've never seen you work a day in your life. Working isn't the only way to make money. The dorm was empty, but He Huan still dropped his voice. I've actually been buying lottery tickets for a while now. You hit the lottery? Liu Mai's voice shot up before she caught herself and clapped a hand over her mouth. Yeah. I won 200,000 yuan. Say that again, how much? 200,000. Liu Mai dropped onto the bed, one hand pressed to her chest, her face flushed. She looked like she was about to pass out. Good thing he had only said 200,000. If he had said 5 million, his mom might have ended up in the hospital. Then where's the money? How come you've only got 3,000 left? It's in the stock market. You know how to trade stocks? Yeah, every time I went to the internet cafe, I was really just checking my portfolio on the side. So how much of that 200,000 is still there? You didn't lose it all, did you? Liu Mai stood up again, twisting the hem of her shirt between her fingers. He Huan felt a stab of guilt. Mom, don't worry, actually, I made another 100,000 in the market. He had been about to say 500,000, but his mom's heart probably couldn't take it. Better to start small. Liu Mai let out a long breath and sank back onto the bed. In just a few minutes, she had stood up and sat down about 4 times. So all 300,000 is still in the market. Yeah, Mom, I think I really have a knack for this. Leaving money in the bank barely makes any interest. I want to keep investing. I can make a lot more. Liu Mai was quiet for a long moment, then she finally spoke. Alright, but you have to promise me 2 things. Point 1. This stock trading can't interfere with your studies. Point 2. You report your balance to me every single day. He Huan's face twisted. The first one's fine, but the second one's kind of impossible. I need to focus on school now. I can't be running off to internet cafes all the time. I only check the balance once in a while. Then should I buy you a computer? I see people on TV using computers to trade stocks. A computer wouldn't be a bad idea. He could open an account and move some money in so Liu Mai wouldn't suspect anything, but their rental place right now was old and cramped. Where would they even put a computer? Mom, how about we rent a new place? This apartment we're in now, no, the lease isn't up yet. Just because we have a little money doesn't mean we go throwing it around. He Huan sighed. Fine. Let's just buy the computer first, then. Liu Mai took the 3,000 yuan from his hand, her face practically glowing. I never thought I'd see the day my own son gave me money for living expenses. Mom, from now on I'll give you 5,000 a month for expenses, so stop pinching pennies, replace what needs replacing, eat what you want. We're here to enjoy life, not just survive it. Nonsense. I need to save up for your wedding. At that, a wave of melancholy hit He Huan. In his past life, he had never had trouble with women, but he didn't get married until the year before he crossed over. His wife was Tang Yuanyuan, the daughter of a family friend. She was only 25. They had been married a short while before she got pregnant, but before the baby was born, he had inexplicably been reborn. It wasn't like he could go looking for Tang Yuanyuan now. She was only 7, just started elementary school. If he showed up now, people would definitely think he was some kind of creep. He Huan walked Liu Mai all the way to the school gate and hailed a taxi for her. He was worried she would try to walk home just to save the 10 yuan fare. He carried a thermos in one hand and a bucket with clothes and toiletries in the other, making his way slowly back to the classroom for Senior 3, Class 8. His get-up naturally drew stares from other students, but that was about it. No one cared. No one asked, and no one offered to help. As a dead last student, he was basically invisible. He had just set his stuff at his feet when Guojing hurried into the classroom. The room, buzzing with chatter just a moment ago, went dead silent. Before evening self-study starts, we're rearranging seats. I'm posting the chart on the wall. Find your new seat and move immediately. It had only been 2 weeks since the semester started. Why switch seats already? Everyone was confused, but no one asked. They saw Teacher Guo tape the chart to the wall and got up to check where they were going. He Huan and Cao Xin were both in the back row, so they had to wait for everyone ahead of them to look first. But they noticed something weird. A lot of students, after checking the chart, kept glancing in their direction. The two traded puzzled looks. It couldn't be that the 2 worst seats in the back were reserved for the slackers, could it? He Huan waited until the crowd thinned out, then went up with Cao Xin. First he checked the back corner seats. Not his name. Good. Then he started from the last row and worked his way forward. He searched all the way to the front and finally found his name. Right in the prime spot facing the teacher's desk, and his deskmate, Li Lan, the class beauty. He Huan had wanted zero interaction with Li Lan in this life, but fate clearly had other plans. Cao Xin clapped him on the shoulder with a sleazy grin. Congrats, man. He Huan shot back, if you're so jealous, I'll go tell Teacher Guo to swap us. Cao Xin's eyes went wide. No way. The back 3 rows were his sanctuary. If he had to sit up front, he'd die. 15 minutes later, everyone was in their new seats. He Huan carried his bucket and thermos back to his desk. Before he could even sit down, he saw Li Lan subtly shift away from him, like he smelled bad or something. He was a little annoyed, but before he could put his stuff down, Guo Jing's voice cut through the room. He Huan, put your bucket and thermos in my office for now. You can take them home after class. That made sense. Sitting in the front row, leaving that stuff at his feet would block the aisle. He rushed over to drop them off. When he got back to his seat, Li Lan was still reading, her eyes glued to her book like he didn't exist. He Huan shrugged it off. He picked up his physics textbook and started reading Diane his past life. He had already been through the college entrance exam once, and he had done pretty well. A lot of the knowledge had just faded from memory, but seeing the material again didn't feel foreign or hard. Huanzi. The voice came from behind him. Feng Gan, his roommate. Since they shared a dorm, they were a little closer than the average classmate. He Huan noticed Teacher Guo had left, so he turned around. What's up, Ganji? You're really gonna start commuting? Yeah, why? No reason, just curious. Why the sudden move? I can't afford the dorm fees anymore. Don't really have a choice. Besides, if I stay on campus, I'll just keep going to internet cafes. We're in senior year now. I need to at least try. When He Huan said this, a few people nearby snickered. Even Li Lan couldn't help glancing up at him. He Huan, with your grades, what's the point of trying? A third-tier private college. Those third-tier private schools have insane tuition, and you still can't get a job after graduating. Might as well just give up and go to a vocational school. The comments came from all sides, all of them dripping with mockery. He Huan just shrugged. The students sitting near the front were all decent achievers, so of course they looked down on the class deadweight. He said calmly, everything in this world is constantly changing. Nothing stays the same. There are still over 8 months until the exam. Anything can happen. Li Lan, who had been reading, couldn't help raising her head to look at him. The last place kid had gotten pretty good with words. Feng Gan gave He Huan a light punch on the chest. Well said, Huanzi. I believe you can get into a second-tier university. The bell rang. A moment later, the click of high heels echoed from the hallway. English teacher Zhao Yu stepped through the door, a thermos in one hand, her wavy hair bouncing with each step. Her eyes landed on He Huan, sitting in the front row. She couldn't hide her surprise. What was Teacher Guo thinking? Giving a prime spot to a slacker who ranked dead last. Tonight, do exercises 15 through 18 in the workbook. Same rule as always. English first and no other subjects until it's done. He Huan opened his workbook, grammar drills and short sentence patterns. Back in his past life, he'd done plenty of business with foreigners. His spoken English was solid. He could hold a conversation without breaking a sweat. The workbook problems? Child's play. He finished in half an hour. He closed the workbook and pulled out a physics textbook. Zhao Yu finished prepping her lesson, stood, and scanned the room. A few students were bent over their work. Some stared off into space. Others whispered back. And fourth. A handful grinned down at their laps, definitely reading web novels stashed under their desks. Zhao Yu had seen it all before. High school coursework was a grind, tedious and draining. Whether a student stuck with it came down to one of two things: genuine love of learning, or sheer competitive drive for the college entrance exam. Without one or the other, it was hard to show up day after day. High school was a test of self-discipline. Out of the corner of her eye, Zhao Yu caught a dark silhouette. She looked up at the window. Homeroom teacher Guo Jing stood outside, peering in. Classic homeroom teacher move. Some unlucky student was bound to get caught, but something was off. Guojing's gaze was fixed on the front row. That was where the top students Saturday. What was there to check? Then it clicked. Zhao Yu glanced down at He Huan, seated right under her nose, head lowered. Fully absorbed in a book, his right hand was taking notes without pause. Wait, this was the same slacker everyone had written off. She looked back at the window. Guojing had already slipped away without a sound. Zhao Yu walked slowly down the aisle and stopped beside He Huan. She leaned in. Physics. He Huan sensed her presence, looked up, and met her eyes. Teacher Zhao, I finished the workbook. She gave a soft He Huan was terrible at English. He might have filled in the blanks, but whether the answers were correct was another matter. Still, it didn't matter much right now. For a slacker like him, studying at all was already a major shift. The real question was how long this mood would last. At 9:30, evening self-study finally ended. Li Lan stood and stretched. She noticed He Huan had already packed up and was heading out, a physics book still tucked under his arm for some reason. It irritated her. The entire study period, He Huan hadn't said a single word to her. He hadn't even glanced her way. She knew she was attractive, she had a good figure, good grades. Most boys in class went out of their way to catch her attention, stealing looks whenever they could. She wasn't interested in dating yet, but every time it happened, she felt a small thrill. But He Huan was completely different. He acted like she was invisible. Being ignored like that gnawed at her. He Huan, meanwhile, had no idea about his deskmate's inner turmoil. He went straight to Guojing's office. She was still buried in paperwork. He pulled 400 yuan from his wallet. Teacher Guo, here's my tuition. Guojing didn't ask where the money came from. She took it and noticed the physics book in his hand. Planning to keep studying once you get home? Yeah, too early to sleep. All right, take your things, keep it up. He Huan gathered his bucket and thermos, thanked her, and headed to his sister He Chen's classroom. Empty. She'd left without waiting for him, just as he expected. His heart sank. The kid was still keeping her distance. The place He Huan was staying now was a rented room in an urban village, less than 2 kilometers from the school. A 10-minute walk. The moment he opened the door, the groan of an electric fan greeted him. It sounded like an old man gasping for breath. Liu Mai came out of the room. She saw He Huan alone and frowned. Chanchan didn't come back with you? He Huan paused. I went to her classroom after school, but she was already gone. Maybe she's still on her way? Maybe girls just walk slower. Liu Mai took the bucket and thermos from him. Huan, there's boiled water in the kettle. I put your clean clothes on the bed. Go take a shower. He Huan nodded, grabbed his change of clothes, and stepped into the bathroom. The bathroom was nothing more than a squat toilet. 2 buckets sat beside it, one for flushing, one for washing. No shower head, nothing. Lucky for him, the weather was hot. A bucket of cold water was enough. In winter, he'd have to drag out a big tub and prep several thermoses of hot water. What a pain. This place is a dump. As soon as I get a couple days off, I'll buy a decent second-hand apartment near the school. Act first. Explain later. What's mom going to do about it? He Huan took a cold shower and felt refreshed. Liu Mai appeared at the study door, brow furrowed. Huan, what kind of computer should I get? How much will it cost? Around 3,000 or 4,000 should be enough. I'm just using it for stocks, not games. Doesn't need high specs. Liu Mai nodded, just making a mental note of the price. He Huan pulled out another 5,000 yuan, cash he'd withdrawn from the ATM on the way back. Mom, this is for the computer. She smiled, a real smile. He'd handed her 8,000 today alone. She was finally starting to believe her son was actually making money. I'll go buy the computer tomorrow. When He Chen still wasn't home, He Huan started to worry. It was 2007. The streets weren't nearly as safe as they'd be a decade later. Fights, assaults, crime of all kinds were common. Mom, Does Qian usually get back this late? No, she's always home by now. What's gotten into her? He Huan slipped on his flip-flops. Mom, you rest. I'll go look for her. Wait, I'll come with you. He was about to refuse when they heard a key turn in the lock. The door swung open. He Qian walked in, head down, silent. He Huan's face hardened. Where have you been? Why are you so late? None of your business. Liu Mai's voice tightened. He Qian, is that how you talk to your brother? You don't come home after school, and we can't even ask. He Qian respected her mother. She could ignore He Huan, but not Liu Mai. Her mouth drooped. I had a little homework left, so I stayed in the classroom a bit longer. I went to your classroom right after self-study. You weren't there. I was in the bathroom. Then why didn't you come back and finish it here? The study's yours now. Where am I supposed to work? He Huan had a gut feeling she wasn't telling the truth, but he had no proof. In his past life, after their mother died in a car accident, both he and his sister had come undone. He'd eventually turned things around, but He Qian spiraled, dating two young tattoos. Dropping out before she finished high school. No matter what, he wasn't going to let her go down that road again. He Qian, starting tomorrow, you walk to and from school with me, understood? She didn't want to, but one look at Liu Mai's stern face and she nodded. He Huan had pulled an all-nighter at the internet cafe the night before, so by 11:30 he was wiped. He turned off the light and collapsed onto the bed. The fan creaked and groaned, a strange lullaby. Soon, soft snoring filled the room. The next morning, He Qian was still deep in a dream when a pounding on her door yanked her awake. She rubbed her eyes and squinted at the alarm clock on her nightstand. 5:20 already. Mom, I'm up. Stop knocking. She threw on her clothes and opened the door, only to find He Huan crouched in the bathroom, brushing his teeth. Where's Mom? He Huan spat out the foam. Still asleep, obviously. He Qian stared. That was you knocking? No kidding. Hurry up and wash your face. We're heading to school after this. He Qian stood there, stunned. Was this seriously her deadbeat brother? Liu Mai shuffled out of her bedroom, still blinking sleep from her eyes. That's weird. Why didn't my phone alarm go off? When she spotted both kids already up, her voice quickened. You're both awake. Hold on, I'll boil some noodles. Mom, no time for noodles. Qian and I will grab something at the school cafeteria. Fine. I overslept today. Tomorrow you eat at home before you go. Mom, the cafeteria's dirt cheap. Breakfast barely costs anything. You don't have to get up at the crack of dawn every day. Sleep in a little. Absolutely not. Liu Mai's voice sharpened. Eating out every single day. Do you have any idea how much that adds up to? He Huan sighed. No way he could sneak in and turn off her phone alarm every morning, right? The siblings headed downstairs. He Qian marched ahead, still in a huff. He Huan, much taller, hung back a couple of steps, not in any hurry. As they passed a steamed bun shop, He Huan called out, He Qian, you want some soup dumplings? No, she snapped, and instantly regretted it. The word had come out way too fast. Pure reflex. She backpedaled a few steps and eyed him. You paying? No kidding. You want them or not? Why would I ever turn down free food? She faced the shop owner. Boss, 1 order of soup dumplings. Make it 2. To go. How much, boss? 2 orders, 10 yuan. He Huan paid, and they each grabbed a plastic bag, eating as they walked toward school. So, good. He Qian nodded. Good. Growing up, she could barely remember ever having soup dumplings. This is just to tide you over after morning study hall. I'm taking you to the cafeteria for a real breakfast. Huh. He Qian's brain short-circuited. Wasn't this already breakfast? Don't me. You're still growing, you need actual nutrition. And when school lets out at noon, wait for me at the cafeteria entrance. I'll take you upstairs to the second floor. Huh? What are you hooing about now? He Chen swallowed the dumpling in her mouth. A meal on the second floor costs like 10 yuan or more. You're paying for that too? Yeah. As long as you listen, I'll cover all your school expenses. Where'd you get that kind of money? Did Mom give it to you? You really think Mom would hand me that much cash? He Chen thought about it. Fair point. If He Huan was eating like this every day, the two of them together would burn through over 1,000 yuan a month just on food. You could hold a knife to Liu Mai's throat and she still wouldn't cough up that kind of money. Seriously, He Huan, where'd you get it? You rob a bank or something? Mom didn't tell you? Tell me what? Their mom probably didn't trust He Chen not to run her mouth about it, but He Huan didn't really mind. His little sister was old enough, smart enough to keep a secret, and even if she slipped up, so what? 30,000 yuan was pocket change to him. Truth is, I won the lottery. 200,000. What? 200,000? He Chen's voice shot up so loud that several people on the street spun around to look. Indoor voice. Don't you know you're not supposed to flash your money around? He Chen clamped her mouth shut like a kid caught misbehaving, but her eyes stayed locked on him. Oh my God. How did you win that much? Dumb luck. Only Mom and you know about this. Don't go telling anyone. He Chen nodded fast. Did you give the money to Mom? No, I've still got it. Then hand it over. I'll save it for you. He Huan nearly choked on his dumpling. What were you, a highway robber? Open your mouth and demand all 200,000. You're a little young to be managing money, don't you think? Even Mom didn't say that. So you don't blow through it all. Bullshit. I put it in stocks and made another 100,000. Holy crap. You're amazing. That was the first time He Chen had ever cursed, and no other word could capture how completely blown away she was. He Huan grinned. Keep it on the down low, just normal stuff. He Chen stared at him with wide, hopeful eyes. He Huan, can you buy me a present? What do you want? An MP3 player. A bunch of kids in my class have one. So just an MP3 player. Those would vanish the second smartphones hit the scene, but in 2007, they were still the cool thing to have. Sure, but my money doesn't grow on trees. I've got a few conditions. He Chen tensed up. What conditions? Number 1, at school or at home, you listen to me and to Mom, obviously. He Chen gritted her teeth. I'm not doing anything that goes against my principles. Relax. You're my little sister. I'm not gonna screw you over. Fine. Number 2, study hard at school. Anything comes up, any problems at all, you tell me right away. He Chen was already a top student, so that one was easy. She agreed without thinking twice. Number 3, no dating in high school, and absolutely no hanging around sketchy guys. Who's dating? He Chen's face went bright red. You're the one who's dating. Good, so you're not. That it? He Huan considered for a second. Last one, from now on, don't call me by my name. I'm your big brother. Got it, Huan Huan. The veins in He Huan's forehead bulged. Huan Huan, you think you get to call me that? But you call me Chan Chan. Are you dense? I'm your older brother. Of course I call you Chan Chan. You're younger. You call me big brother, you understand that? Fine. You're more annoying than Mom. The rising sun painted the clouds on the horizon a warm gold. Brother and sister walked toward number 1 high school, Bickering back and forth in the morning light, their awkward back and forth made more than a few passers-by glance over and smile. Li Lan got to school early every day, always sticking close to Guojing, but this morning, she stepped into the classroom and froze. He Huan was already at his desk, Chinese textbook open, reciting ancient poetry. It was so jarring she thought she was hallucinating. Last night, she had asked her mom why she'd been seated next to a student ranked dead last. Her mom told her He Huan had changed and wanted Li Lan to help him. She hadn't bought it. There was no way some internet junkie was going to turn things around overnight. Li Lan walked to her seat, about to say hi, but He Huan glanced up, looked straight at her, and went right back to his book. That cold dismissal dug into her chest. He'd been like this since last night's study session, and now it was happening again. What had she even done to make him act this way? Fine, that if he didn't want to talk to her, she wasn't going to waste her time on him. Only an idiot would volunteer to tutor a guy like that. Li Lan yanked out her English book and started shouting vocabulary at the top of her lungs, as if that was the only way to burn off the frustration. When morning self-study ended, He Huan walked over to He Qian's classroom. He Qian, let's get breakfast. He Qian yawned. I already had 6 soup dumplings this morning, not really hungry. Go ahead. I'm gonna rest my eyes for a bit. High school students were always running on empty when it came to sleep, grabbing naps wherever they could. He Huan didn't have the heart to drag her out. He went to the cafeteria alone, got himself a bowl of congee, 2 sticks of fried dough, and a glass of soy milk. Ever since his rebirth, his appetite had shot up, and money wasn't tight anymore. No reason to rough it. After polishing everything off, he grabbed 2 boiled eggs and another soy milk for He Qian. He Qian had only been dozing. The sound of something landing on her desk jolted her awake. He Huan, what are you doing here? What did you just call me? By now, the rest of her class had trickled back from breakfast, all of them watching the siblings with open curiosity. He Qian's face heated up. She still couldn't make herself say the word brother. Why are you in my classroom? He Huan pointed at the eggs and soy milk on her desk. You'll probably get hungry before noon. I brought you something. A warm feeling spread through He Qian's chest. The old He Huan had never been this thoughtful. I'm heading back now, remember. Wait for me at the cafeteria entrance at lunch. He Qian murmured, okay thanks, bro. Oh, finally she called me brother. He Huan's mood lifted. See you at noon, sis. He turned and walked out. The second He Huan was gone, Yaroshin leaned in. Qian, your brother is seriously the sweetest guy ever, and he's ridiculously good looking. He Qian caught the dreamy look on Yaroshin's face and narrowed her eyes. What are you plotting? Does your brother have a girlfriend? I don't think so. Yaroshin flipped her hair with confidence. So, want to set me up with him? What? I treat you like a sister, and you want to become my sister-in-law? Are you crazy? Who dates in high school? No way, Qian. Are you living in the dark ages? School romance is the best, even middle schoolers are dating now. He Qian thought about that bizarre confession letter she'd gotten last night, and irritation prickled through her. That's called puppy love, and I'm not setting you up. Yaroshin's eyes sparkled. She grinned. Then give me one of those 2 eggs. Let me taste what a sweetheart's breakfast is like. He Qian shoved the eggs straight into her desk drawer. Not a chance. If you want eggs, go find your own brother. So stingy. You know I don't have a brother, and you say that on purpose. Just wait till I find a hot boyfriend. I'll make you so jealous. Yeah, where are all you handsome guys? Come take this lovesick fool off our hands. Several classmates turned to look. Yaroshin's face went red and she clamped a hand over He Qian's mouth. You're gonna ruin my reputation. The classroom filled with the sound of girls giggling. During morning classes, He Huan was even more locked in than yesterday. He'd slept well, so his head was clear and sharp from the podium. A teacher can always tell if a student is really paying attention by the tiny fidgets, the light in their eyes. What threw them off was how He Huan, the class's notorious underachiever, could hold that level of focus. The physics teacher didn't buy it. He called He Huan up to answer a few questions. He got every single one right. Interesting. A last place student, suddenly paying full attention, had something finally clicked. Sitting next to him, Li Lan felt it most sharply. She actually sensed pressure coming off He Huan, like the second she let her guard down, he'd catch up. Which was absurd. She'd been sitting comfortably in the top 5 for as long as she could remember. Why would she be afraid of a bottom feeder? When the lunch bell rang, He Huan packed up and headed for the cafeteria, but Cao Xin popped up and pulled him aside. Huanzi, let's go hit the internet cafe. He Huan couldn't help a small laugh. Cao Xin, from now on, you're gonna have to go with Liu Lei and the others. What? You're really never playing Dota again? Not never, maybe on holidays I'll play a round or two. Cao Xin looked crushed. Alright. I'm not gonna hold you back from getting into college. He Huan's expression turned serious. Cao Xin, there's more than enough time to play games once you're in college, but you've got to get into a good one first. You know what I'm saying, right? Cao Xin shook his head. I can't sit still long enough. Every time I try to study, my brain just drifts. I watched you all morning, and you really seem like a whole different person now. Maybe you can actually pull off some kind of miracle and get into a good university. He Huan sighed inside. The road was right there under everyone's feet. You could point someone in the right direction, but you couldn't walk it for them. The life you wanted, you had to put in the effort to get it. After they split up, He Huan headed to the cafeteria. From a distance, he spotted He Chen waving at him. A younger girl stood beside her. Before He Huan even got close, He Chen hollered, He Huan, what took you so long? We've been waiting forever. So she was back to first names already. Barely a few hours had passed. Yaoxin looped her arm through He Chen's and smiled. Hi, big brother. I'm Yaoxin, Chanxian's classmate. He Huan had seen this girl twice before. He smiled back. Hey, you eating with us? Yeah, my parents are at work, so nobody's home for lunch. He Chen's face reddened. She insisted on tagging along. I couldn't say no. No problem. Let's head to the second floor. The second floor, that stuff is pricey. He Chen caught Yaoxin's worried look. The girl clearly didn't have much meal money. She said, He Huan, why don't we just eat on the first floor? Why bother? Come on, my treat. Yaoxin's face lit up. You're treating? That's so nice of you. If you feel that awkward about it, you don't have to come. He Chen shot back without mercy. What's your problem? I was just saying. Besides, you're not the one paying. The three of them joked and laughed as they climbed to the second floor. Compared to the packed first floor, there were far fewer students up here. The line was short, and soon it was their turn. Chanxian, what do you want? He Chen eyed the prices and winced inside. Beef dishes were 6 yuan, pork 4, vegetables 2. A normal student would order at least 2 dishes. Up here on the second floor, she couldn't just order 2 veggie sides. 1 meat and 1 veg would run 6 yuan. Downstairs, 2 meats and 1 veg also cost 6 yuan. She regretted coming to the second floor. Wasn't this just throwing money away? After a long pause, she finally said, I'll take the tomato and egg stir-fry, and the green pepper with shredded pork. Seeing her pick only 2 dishes, He Huan called from behind, That's not enough, throw in a serving of beef too. A warm feeling spread through He Chen's chest, but she still said, You ordered so much. How am I supposed to eat all that? High school's tough. You burn brain cells every day, eat as much as you want. If you can't finish, that's fine. Yarrow Shin let out a wow behind them. Wish I had a brother like that. He Chen glared at Yarrow Shin and was about to fire off a sarcastic reply when the cafeteria lady interrupted. You want the beef or not? Yes, and the same order for the two of them. Yarrow Shin was surprised. She hadn't expected He Huan to be so generous with someone he barely knew. The high school cafeteria was cramped, and tables were in short supply. After they got their food, the three of them couldn't find a place to sit, so they each went back to their own classrooms. Yarrow Shin took a happy bite of beef and said, Chantian, I always saw you being so careful with money that I thought your family was struggling, but you're actually a rich kid. What are you talking about? My family really isn't well off. My dad died in an accident when I was 1. My mom raised the two of us alone. Yarrow Shin stopped eating, her face apologetic. I'm sorry. I didn't know. It's fine. I'm used to it, and I don't feel like I'm missing anything, because I have a mom who loves me more than anything. He Chen paused, then added, and my brother too. Yarrow Shin looked puzzled. Then why did he treat us to such an expensive lunch? Because, he's putting on a brave face. He Chen had almost let the lottery ticket slip but remembered He Huan's warning about keeping wealth hidden, so she switched answers fast. Yarrow Shin felt a pang of guilt. The lunch in her hands suddenly felt too hot to hold. What am I doing? Their family is struggling, and I let him pay for me. She made a silent promise to bring extra snacks for He Chen tomorrow to make up for it. Meanwhile, He Huan carried his food back to class. Feng Gan, slouched in the back row, glanced over and yelped. Whoa, Huanzi, did you hit the jackpot today? Eating like a king? It's just a meal, why make a big deal out of it? Feng Gan reached over, snagged 2 slices of beef from He Huan's bowl, and stuffed them into his mouth. Chewing, he said, so good I won't even want to crap for a week. He Huan couldn't help but laugh. He'd never noticed how funny this kid was before. You eat 2 pieces of my beef today, you owe me tomorrow. Do I look like someone who can afford beef? You want me to pay you back? How about 2 slices of pork instead? He Huan was speechless. Did this guy have no shame? Hey, Huanzi, where'd you get the cash today? He Huan made up a story on the spot. Didn't hit the internet cafe today, so I saved a few bucks. Feng Gan obviously didn't buy it. He'd been to internet cafes plenty back in freshman and sophomore year. He knew the prices. 2 yuan an hour during the day, 5 or 6 for an overnight pass. The thing was, He Huan used to skip meals to scrape together cafe money, often eating only twice a day or buying a couple of big steamed buns. Today he blew over 10 yuan on a single meal. What about tomorrow? Was he going to live on air? Feng Gan figured He Huan just hadn't had a decent meal in a while and was treating himself. After lunch, He Huan hurried out of school. He took a taxi to the electronics market on the commercial street. In under a minute, he picked out a Nokia N7 III. As far as He Huan was concerned, no matter how fancy a phone was in this era, it was still just a feature phone. Not much to think about. He glanced at the MP3 players in the next display case. Prices ranged from a little over 100 yuan to more than 400. He chose the most expensive BBK portable player, but then he couldn't decide on the color. The sales assistant was puzzled. The kid had grabbed a phone in a minute but was taking forever on an MP3 player. Then it clicked. She smiled. You're planning to give this MP3 to your girlfriend, aren't you? I don't have a girlfriend. It's for my little sister. He Huan looked at her. My sister's 15. Which color do you think looks better, pink or white? I can't say for sure, but most 15-year-old girls would probably go for the pink. He Huan nodded. All right, pink it is. Could you put it in a nice gift box? The assistant opened the cabinet, took out a brand new MP3 player in its box, and slipped it into a pink gift bag before handing it to He Huan. You really care about your sister. She's lucky to have a brother like you. He Huan couldn't help but smile. Not really, she acts like I'm her enemy every day. If she could, she'd cuss me out to my face. You don't get it, then the siblings who fight the most actually have the deepest bond. She's still young. When she gets older, she'll appreciate you. He Huan sank into thought. When they were little, He Qian had followed him everywhere, but after he started high school and got hooked on the internet cafe, she started pulling away later. After their mother died in a car accident, He Qian became more rebellious. She'd do the opposite of whatever he said, drop out, smoke, get tattoos, stay out all night. It wasn't until his business began to take off and he could give her more money and nice things that she gradually listened to him and returned to a normal life. But what did that matter? Her life should have been straightforward and safe. School, Gaokao, university, grad school, maybe even a PhD, a campus romance, then marriage, kids. Not wasting her youth running with the wrong crowd. He Huan clenched his fists. In this life, no matter what, his mother, his sister, he would change their fates and give them a better life. The sales assistant noticed his expression shift and wondered if she'd said something wrong. She gently reminded him, young man, it's time to pay. He Huan snapped back to the present. His voice was calm. Thanks. But my sister has always been mature for her age, and she always will be. The assistant, seeing his serious face, didn't know what to say. He Huan pulled out his bank card. Do you have a POS machine? Can you ring up the phone and the MP3 together? Yes, sir. That'll be 3,280 yuan. He Huan swiped his card, then spent another 10 minutes getting a SIM card with real name registration before he left the store. He Huan walked out of the service hall and spotted a real estate agency right next door. He had been thinking about getting his family into a better place, so he went straight in. Wang Hui was buried in paperwork when she heard footsteps. She glanced up and saw a kid who looked like he was still in high school. Hi, how can I help you? I'm looking to see some houses. Oh, right. You want to rent something close to the school? I'm looking to buy. Buy? Wang Hui looked around, confused. Where are your parents? No need to look around. It's just me. Had the world gone sideways? A high school kid coming in here to buy a house. Her gut said this kid was messing with her, but she kept it professional. What kind of place are you looking for? New construction or resale? Resale. Move-in ready near number 1 high school, preferably within a kilometer. There are plenty of listings near the school. Any size requirements? At least 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, nothing under 120 square meters. Anything else? South-facing. Good natural light, floors 2 through 5 would be ideal. The more he spoke, the more Wang Hui's pulse picked up. The kid actually sounded like he knew what he was talking about. Could he be serious? Sir, what's your budget? He Huan rubbed his chin and looked at her. What's the going price per square meter in Daxi County right now? Depends on location and layout, but around 2,000 yuan. Prices were dirt cheap right now. In 10 years, they'd shoot up to 6,000 or so. Of course, compared to a tier 1 city, that was nothing. For the budget, don't worry about it. If the place is right, the money won't be a problem. Wang Hui's heart sank. This kid was definitely not reliable. Who buys a house without caring about the price? She pushed on. If you're serious about looking, why didn't your parents come with you? He Huan knew exactly what she was thinking. She didn't believe he had the money. Do you take card payments here? Wang Hui blinked. What are you planning? I'll transfer you 1,000 yuan right now as a deposit. You pull together a few listings that match what I want, show them to me, and if I like one, I pay the full amount and we start the paperwork. Clear enough? Wang Hui's face lit up. She quickly pulled out a POS machine. Once the 1,000 yuan went through, she finally breathed easier. She wrote out a receipt and handed it to him. I only charge a service fee to the seller after we close. This 1,000 comes back to you. He Huan had never worked with a real estate agent in his past life, so he didn't know that rule. He had always assumed the buyer paid the fee. All right, I'm in a hurry, work fast. Can you wait just a moment? I can take you to see houses right now. Not right now. I have to get back to school. I'll leave you my contact info tomorrow at noon. Bring the keys and wait for me at the gate of number 1 high. Got it. Wang Hui grabbed a pen and paper and handed them to him. He Huan wrote down his name and his brand new number, then added, "Oh, and don't ever call me during class. The school bans phones. If I get caught, it's a whole mess." Wang Hui let out an awkward laugh, but she agreed. After he walked out, she picked up the slip of paper. He Huan, was there some rich family with the surname He in Dazi County? He Huan stepped outside and noticed a tea shop diagonally across the street. He headed straight for it. In his past life, he had always been a tea drinker. It had been so long since his last decent cup that his mouth felt bland and lifeless, but after a quick look at what they had in the shop, he walked out, disappointed. The shop sat on a pedestrian street aimed at everyday customers. The prices were low, but the quality was honestly nothing special. He walked a little farther and finally found a nicer tea shop. Jinfu Tea House. The tea there was a little overpriced, but the quality was usually solid. Peng Zhongwo was inside a private room brewing tea for 2 friends when he heard footsteps near the entrance. He hurried out and found a tall, skinny kid studying the tea leaves on the display shelf. He was surprised. A student had never set foot in his shop before. "Young man, looking to buy some tea?" "Yeah. Don't you have any green tea?" "I mostly sell premium teas. Pure, rock tea, aged white tea, green tea. I don't carry much." He Huan didn't like that answer. His favorite was green tea. The way the owner said it made green tea sound inferior. They all belong to the 6 major tea categories. What's with the ranking? It's just personal preference. But if you insist on calling some better, Westlake Longjing, Shenyang Marojian, Taiping Hokuei, and Huangshan Marofeng are all among the top 10 famous teas in terms of reputation and history. How exactly do they fall short of your pure and rock tea? Peng Zhongwo was both surprised and annoyed. He hadn't expected a student to know this much about tea. The real problem was, he felt like this kid was challenging his authority, and it got under his skin. "I have a few pounds of Westlake Longjing. If you want it, it's 2,000 yuan per catty. How many grams can you afford?" "I used to rinse my mouth with tea worth tens of thousands per catty, and now this little shop owner is trying to show off in front of me." He Huan gave a dismissive smirk. "How much I buy depends on the quality of your tea." Peng Zhongwo pulled a bag of tea leaves from an ice chest. "This is genuine premium Westlake Longjing, top quality." He Huan opened the bag, pinched a few leaves, sniffed them, then shook his head and dropped them back in. He turned and headed for the door. Peng Zhongwo snapped, "What's your problem, kid? You look at my tea and just walk away? Are you sure this is premium Longjing?" "Of course it is. I bought it myself at the source. What else could it be? Do you know the actual difference between pre-Ming and post-Ming Westlake Longjing?" Peng Zhongwo's heart skipped. He steadied himself. Tea knowledge ran deep. Even seasoned drinkers didn't always know the details. How would some high school kid? He kept his voice casual. "I sell tea for a living. Of course I know. Pre-Ming tea is picked before the Qingming festival." "That's not what I meant." He Huan walked back and picked up a leaf. The biggest difference is the bud length. In real premium tea, the bud is longer than the leaf. Look at yours. Are the buds longer, or the leaves? Peng Zhongwo's face shifted through several shades. Who would have thought a student actually knew this? He was about to argue when he noticed the two guests from the private room had come out, watching with interest. He switched his tone. My Longjing isn't the first flush, but it's still premium. You'll know once you taste it. He Huan hadn't realized two middle-aged men were standing behind him. He went on, this isn't even this year's new tea. What's the point of tasting it? That can't be right. Everyone knows green tea should be fresh, current year. Boss Peng wouldn't try to fool a young man with old tea, would he? He Huan thought the voice sounded familiar. He turned around, and his jaw dropped. Wait, that voice. I know that voice. It's my future father-in-law. What is my father-in-law doing in this little county town? He lives in Jiangcheng. He Huan glanced at the man beside Tang Shengji and understood immediately. Before meeting He Huan, Tang Shengji had made his fortune in real estate. The man next to him was Han Qi, who had been in the real estate business in Daxi County for years. If those two were together, they were definitely planning to develop some property. Tang Shengji noticed He Huan staring and asked curiously, what are you looking at me for? You know me or something? He did know him, but he couldn't exactly say that. He Huan laughed it off. You just look a lot like an older relative of mine. Mistook you for a second. Han Qi also grabbed a pinch of tea leaves and examined them closely. These leaves look normal to me. What makes you think they're old? For one thing, old tea leaves are usually duller in color, but that's not the main giveaway, because sometimes processing can make new tea look dull too. The real difference is in the smell, and no matter how well you store old tea, the aroma is way weaker, and there's this stale scent. Han Qi lifted the leaves to his nose and sniffed, but couldn't tell anything. He gave an awkward laugh. I don't know a thing about tea. Can't tell good from bad. Peng Zhongwo felt a surge of relief and was about to keep bluffing, when Tang Shengji grabbed a handful and sniffed them too. These are indeed old tea. Peng Zhongwo didn't know Tang Shengji, but he knew Han Qi, a well-known rich man in Daxi County. Anyone Han Qi had to suck up to was obviously high status. He quickly put on a show, grabbing some tea and sniffing it, then swore angrily, that bastard Li from Hangzhou actually sold me old tea. I'm going to go demand a refund. Tang Shengji and Han Qi were both sharp as tacks. They could tell Peng Zhongwo was putting on an act. Even a kid could tell it was old tea. How could a tea shop owner not? The tea had probably been sitting unsold since last year, and he tried to pawn it off on this teenager. He Huan sneered and deliberately said, well, what are you waiting for? Call him right now. Peng Zhongwo was mortified, especially with both Tang Shengji and Han Qi's eyes on him. If he didn't handle this right, he wouldn't just lose these two big shots, he'd lose their entire circle of wealthy contacts. Little brother, this one's on me. How about this? I've got a little Angie white tea here. I'll give it to you as compensation. I promise. It's this year's new harvest. He Huan's eyes lit up. He really did love the taste of Angie white tea. But this was 2007. The brand wasn't nearly as famous as it would be later, and e-commerce wasn't developed. Getting authentic Angie white tea wasn't easy. Is that so? Let me have a look. Han Qi was confused. Didn't you say you only drink green tea? Now you're into white tea? Tang Shengji coughed. Angie white tea is a type of green tea. Han Qi looked embarrassed. Who the hell named it that? He grumbled inwardly. White tea his ass, it's clearly green. Peng Zhongwo pulled another bag of tea from the freezer. He Huan grabbed a handful and examined it. Not top tier, but not bad either. This tea's okay if you bought it from the origin in Angie. It'd cost around 400 or 500 a kilo. I won't take advantage of you. 800 a kilo. I'll take half a kilo. Peng Zhongwo was secretly shocked. His purchase price was exactly 480. I never thought someone so young would know so much about tea. I wouldn't say I know a lot. I just have a thing for green tea, drink enough of it, and you pick things up. Peng Zhongwo took out a few small bags, each holding about 50 grams. He packed 6 bags total. The extra one is an apology. He Huan didn't argue and took the tea. Do you take cards here? Cards? I don't have a card machine. Is there a bank nearby? I'll go get cash. No need for all that trouble. Tang Shengji smiled. We both love tea. Little brother, let me spot you. That was true. His future father-in-law did love tea. The difference was that He Huan only drank green tea, while Tang Shengji drank just about anything. He Huan wasn't about to be polite with his future father-in-law. He chuckled. All right, but I'm not paying you back that few hundred. No problem. I'll be coming here to drink tea often over the next while. If you have time, you can come keep me company. When businessmen drink tea, it's never just about the tea. It's about networking, entertaining, collaborating, negotiating. Han Chi had invited Tang Shengji here for some business deal or other, so why did his future father-in-law want him to come drink tea? Was he just looking for a tea buddy? He Huan couldn't quite figure it out, but he agreed anyway. I'm a high school student. I only have time around noon. Would that work for you? Works for me. I'll wait for you here every day around noon to drink tea and chat. They exchanged a few pleasantries, and He Huan left with the tea. He agreed because he wanted to use Tang Shengji to get a foot in the door of the business world. Otherwise, even if he had a ton of ideas, he'd have no way to act on them. Tang Shengji was his future father-in-law, and he trusted the man's character completely. He was the perfect middleman. Back in the tea shop's private room, Han Chi asked suspiciously, Mr. Tang, that high school kid just knows a little about tea. Why pay him so much attention? Tang Shengji shrugged. I just want a tea buddy to chat with. It's not that complicated. You could drink tea with me. I've got plenty at home. I'll bring some tomorrow. Come on, you can't even tell white tea from green tea. What would we talk about? Han Chi made a sour face. After all these years as friends, did he have to be so blunt? When He Huan got back to school, he still had half an hour before class. He stashed the tea and lay down on his desk to rest. Half asleep, he felt someone poking his shoulder. He looked up groggily and saw Li Lan standing next to him. Excuse me, I need to get in. It was the first time Li Lan had spoken to him. He Huan said oh, and tried to stand, but his arms and legs wouldn't cooperate. My limbs are asleep, give me a second. Li Lan frowned slightly and went around through the back row instead. He Huan thought she seemed annoyed, but he had no idea why wasn't like he was deliberately blocking her. He'd just woken up and couldn't feel his arms and legs. If she was mad, let her be mad. He didn't owe her anything. Once his limbs had loosened up a bit, he brewed himself a cup of tea and set it on the desk. The fragrant aroma made people turn their heads. Feng Gan leaned over and said dismissively, "You're putting on airs. Kid drinking tea at your age." He Huan chuckled. What do you know, little brat? This stuff is 10,000 times better than Coke or Sprite, healthy and good for you. Really, let me try some. Old Feng, this is tea, you sure you'll like it? Don't worry about that. Even if you were eating a pile of crap, I'd still want a taste. He Huan saw Feng Gan holding out his cup and had to admire the guy's nerve. He took out the open bag of tea and dropped a pinch into Feng Gan's cup. Huanzi, put more in. Don't be stingy. Am I being stingy? Too much tea and it'll be bitter. Then why do you have so much in your cup? Because my cup's bigger. Feng Gan was about to argue more, when Li Lan suddenly spoke up. That tea is at least 1,000 yuan a kilo. What's in your cup alone is worth 5 or 6 yuan. Feng Gan jumped. In his mind, Tea was always a few dozen yuan a kilo. 1,000 yuan tea, was it supposed to make you immortal? He Huan leaned over from the side to Li Lan. Are you sure? How can that tea be worth 1,000 a kilo? That sounds crazy. Li Lan pursed her lips. Believe it or not. She picked up a book and started reading. He Huan was surprised Li Lan knew tea that well. Was she also from a rich family? Come to think of it, he only knew that Li Lan's mom was their homeroom teacher, Guojing what her dad did for a living. He had no idea. Feng Gan asked, Huanzi, is your tea really that expensive? How would I know? Nobody at home drinks it, so I brought it here. Are you gonna drink it or not? If not, give it back. Feng Gan grinned. We're brothers. Your good fortune is mine, and if you're in trouble, I'm in it with you. He Huan was used to Feng Gan's shamelessness and didn't feel like calling him out. After school that afternoon, He Qian stood at the classroom door, frowning the moment she saw He Huan walk over. Why are you so slow? I've been waiting forever. I'm not that slow. I came as soon as the bell rang. He Qian rolled her eyes. Couldn't you run a few steps? What was with her? Was she in a bad mood again? He Huan figured he needed to reclaim some dignity as her older brother. He held up the gift box in his hand. Want this? He Qian shrugged at first, but then her eyes caught the pattern on the packaging. Her face lit up. Is that an MP3 player? And it's a boo-boo gao. Oh my god, you actually bought one already? She reached for it, but He Huan lifted the box higher. Did I say I was giving it to you? Didn't we agree this morning? Did we? I don't remember. He Huan, what are you doing? You clearly promised to get me an MP3 player this morning. Oh, right, I think I did promise you an MP3 player, and I got it. So do you remember what you promised me? He Qian's face flushed. Finally, she understood why he was messing with her. Fine, I was wrong, okay? Is that how you apologize? He Qian grabbed his arm and started shaking it. Big brother, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have taken my anger out on you. I'll listen to you from now on. Even though he knew she was faking it, He Huan still felt pleased. Alright, stop yanking on my arm. If you behave, I'll get you more than just an MP3 player. Phones, computers, bags, even houses, cars, money, whatever you want, I'll give it to you. He Qian's heart soared. Before, she would have thought he was bragging, but now he had 300,000 in the stock market, enough to buy an apartment in their small county. Brother, don't worry. I'll be the most well-behaved sister ever. He Huan was satisfied with that response. He handed her the small gift box. Alright, let's head home. He Qian immediately started tearing open the packaging. Seriously? You can't wait until we get home? Do you think I'm stupid? If Mom sees this at home, she'll yell at you. No, she'll yell at me for wasting money. He Huan figured she had a point, so he let her be. Yes, the player powered on. He Qian frowned. Brother, how do I play songs on this MP3 player? Hearing her call him brother warmed him a little. You have to download music first, then you can listen. What? So I have to go to an internet cafe? Why would you do that? Mom said she'd buy a computer. I'll download stuff for you then. What do we need a computer for? He Huan saw the suspicious look in her eyes and laughed. Don't get any ideas. It's not for games. I need it to make money trading stocks. Remembering that he'd already made 100,000 from stocks, He Qian grinned. Brother, you're amazing. Make a ton more money trading, and then we can buy a big house. One room for Mom, one for you, one for me, and one for Grandpa and Grandma, in case they come visit. And we need a study room where I can do homework. Plus, we should get at least 2 air conditioners. You just listed 4 rooms. Why only 2 ACs? Air conditioners cost money, you know, and electricity is expensive. So you're saying I don't deserve AC? No, you and Mom each get an AC in your rooms. If it gets really hot, I'll sleep on the floor in Mom's room. He Huan's eyes stung. Don't worry. If we get a new house, we'll put AC in the living room too. When it's hot, we'll run every AC in the house. Who cares about saving electricity? He Chen rolled her eyes. Nobody wastes money like that. Even if you have money, you don't just spend it like that. Her tone was exactly like their mother's. Relax, he said. Your big brother's specialty is making money. We'll run the AC all we want. She rolled her eyes again. When is it gonna rain? This weather is terrible. It's already September and still this hot. Just wait a few days. Is it going to rain in a few days? A few days from now, we'll be living in a big house with air conditioning. When they got home, the smell of food hit them. Mom, what did you cook? Winter melon and pork rib soup. Gotta nourish you too. Liu Mai came out of the kitchen and saw He Chen smiling. Chantian, you look happy. What's the good news? My brother was bragging on the way home. He said after he gets rich, he'll buy a house and a car, and even give me a Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce? What's that? A really, really expensive car. Costs a few million. Liu Mai glared at He Huan. He Huan, you're still a student. Study hard. Keep your feet on the ground. Don't daydream about things that aren't real. He Huan grinned. Can't I even think about it? What if it happens? Stop dreaming. I bought you a computer. It's in the study. Go check how much of your 300,000 is left in your stocks. He Huan's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't transferred the money into the account yet. Would his lie be exposed? He Chen ran excitedly to the study. On the desk sat a brand new computer, still unplugged. Brother, can you set this up? Of course, Chantian. Move aside. He Huan quickly assembled the computer, then frowned. Mom, didn't you get the internet hooked up today? Internet? No, I didn't. We need the internet. Without it, we can't go online. Why didn't you say so earlier? How do we get it hooked up? The street where you sell clothes. Most places that let you top up your phone can set it up. Oh, so your youngest uncle can do that. The mention of their youngest uncle gave He Huan a headache. That guy was something else. In his past life, he'd caused so many problems for He Huan's company. Mom, how about we hire someone else? Uncle is kind of unreliable. What nonsense are you talking? His family, how could he be worse than a stranger? He Huan sighed inwardly. If only that uncle were even half as reliable as a stranger. Once Liu Mai left the study, He Chen lowered her voice. Brother, can you download songs for my MP3 player now? He Huan felt a pang of sympathy. She'd never used a computer before. She didn't even know the basics. No internet, no downloads. But don't worry, once we get the internet tomorrow, I'll download them for you right away. He Chen let out a soft "oh," clearly disappointed. They filled their bowls with rice and sat down at the table. Liu Mai set a big bowl of pork rib soup in front of each of them and smiled. You two work hard at school. Eat up. Mom, we're not broke anymore. You should eat too. Yeah, Mom. Doesn't brother still have 300,000 in the stock market? We don't have to pinch pennies like before. Liu Mai shot He Chen a surprised look. Your brother told you that? He Chen glanced at He Huan, her face totally innocent. She had let it slip. Mom, Chantian's old enough. She won't go running her mouth. But about Uncle, whatever you do, don't tell him about any of this. I know. Liu Mai waved a hand, a little irritated. Your uncles are still my own brothers. You two really shouldn't hold such a grudge against them. He Chen opened her mouth to speak, but a sharp look from He Huan made her shut it again. He Huan tried a different approach. Mom, it's not that we have anything against the uncles. Normal family stuff is fine, but when money gets involved, You have to be careful. The old saying goes, you can't go around thinking everyone's out to hurt you, but you can't let your guard down either. Exactly. Our family of 3 was struggling. Dad's settlement money was tens of thousands. And how many years has it been? I haven't seen them even think about paying it back. They're just a couple of. He Chen swallowed the word lowlifes just in time. Liu Mai sighed. I understand. Let's just eat. He Huan wasn't sure his mom really took it to heart. Deep down, he wanted nothing to do with his mother's side of the family, but there was no getting around it. She was their daughter, their sister. Even after getting burned a few times, that blood tie couldn't be severed. Remembering the computer, he asked, Hey Mom, how much was the computer you bought today? 4,200. You have enough money left over. Liu Mai looked a little uncomfortable. I've still got the 3,000 or so you gave me. Paydays in a couple of days, so I'll be at a little over 5,000 total. Oh. If you're short, just tell me from now on. All the household expenses are on me. Liu Mai chuckled. Look at you, acting all grown up. A little money and suddenly you're Mr. Big Shot. Mom, 300,000 is not a small amount. You've worked for decades and haven't saved a dime. You little brat, you asking for it. Now that your brother's got money, you're taking his side. He Chen stuck out her tongue and mumbled, My brother's not like you. Is actually willing to spend money on me. Liu Mai's eyes immediately went to He Huan. He ducked his head, embarrassed. Qian, what are you talking about? Can't you just eat and keep quiet? The next day at noon, He Huan took He Chen to the second floor of the school cafeteria for lunch. Yaroshin didn't tag along this time, and because they got there early, there were actually 2 seats free. Brother and sister sat down across from each other. He Chen ate and talked at the same time. Brother, the teacher said we have to pay 50 yuan class fee today. He Huan pulled out his wallet. Only 100 was left. Take all of it. If there are any other expenses, come find me. He Chen grinned. Then can I keep the extra 50? Whatever. Buy yourself some snacks, a drink, or some test papers. Do whatever you want with it. I'm not buying snacks. I'll save it and get a new outfit during National Day. He Huan looked at her. Her white t-shirt collar hung around her neck like a sack, and there was a faint yellowish stain along the hem. The heels of her sandals were glued back together with superglue. Qian, just eat and drink like you normally do. If you need clothes, I'll give you separate money for that. Her? What do you mean her? Is 2,000 enough? Buy some stuff for Mom too. He Huan glanced at his own clothes and added, I need a few things myself. These are all worn out. He Chen's face went red. She nervously looked around and only relaxed when she saw no one was paying attention. Mom's right. You get a little money and you lose your mind. 2,000 yuan. Do you know how many clothes that buys? You're underestimating your brother. I'm making money every day in the stock market now. Forget clothes, houses, cars, cash. I'll have it all. Don't be like Mom, always trying to pinch pennies for me. He Chen rolled her eyes. You're so full of it. Not a single believable word. If you're really making that much money, buy a big house first. That's something real. Food and clothes aren't a big deal. We survived harder times before. Just then, a phone rang. He Chen stared in shock as He Huan pulled a phone out of his pocket. Brother, you bought a phone? Yeah. Don't read too much into it. It's for making money. He Huan answered. Wang Hui's voice came through the speaker. Hello, student He. This is Wang Hui from the real estate agency yesterday. I'm at the entrance of number 1 high school right now. Okay. I'm eating. I'll head out as soon as I'm done. After he hung up, He Chen asked curiously, who was that? What do they want? He Huan hesitated for only a second, then made up his mind. Finish eating. I'm taking you to see something good. What kind of good thing? You'll find out in a minute. I guarantee you'll like it. He Chen pursed her lips, all mysterious. What good thing could you possibly have? Wang Hui was standing in the shade by the school gate, spacing out, when a voice called out to her. Boss Wang. Wang Hui turned around. It was He Huan, and beside him was a pretty young girl. Student He, you're too polite. I'm just an employee. I can't be called a boss. Wang Hui looked at He Chen and smiled. Is this your girlfriend? She's very pretty. Boss Wang, you've got the wrong idea. She's my sister, same parents. Wang Hui's face flushed with embarrassment. Sorry about that. I thought you two looked alike. He Chen looked confused. Brother, what exactly are you taking me to see? A house. He Chen's brain didn't catch up. See what house? He Huan pointed at Wang Hui. This lady is a real estate agent. She's taking us to look at houses. What? Are you trying to rent a place? Mom won't agree to that. Not renting. Your brother says he's buying. Buying a house? He Chen stared at He Huan in disbelief. This is huge. Did you even talk to Mom about it? He Huan said, Mom would definitely say no, so you need to help me keep it from her. Are you crazy? How can you not talk to Mom about something this big? He Chen's eyes turned red, tears starting to well up. He Huan had no choice. He glanced at Wang Hui. Wang Hui took the hint and quietly stepped away a few yards. She was curious about whatever the brother and sister were whispering about, but if they didn't want her to hear, there was nothing she could do. Once He Huan saw no one was nearby, he leaned in and spoke in a low voice. I actually have more than 300,000. The money for this house isn't touching that 300,000 in the stock market. He Chen's eyes went wide. How much money do you have? A lot. I'll explain later. It's not convenient here. He Chen's face went pale, her mind probably jumping to all kinds of conclusions. Seeing her expression, He Huan knew she'd gotten the wrong idea. What are you thinking? I made this money myself. It's all clean. I haven't done anything illegal. Really? Of course. Do I look like a bank robber to you? He Chen broke into a smile. Brother, how are you this amazing? You have enough to buy a house, and you've still got 300,000 saved up. Your brother is amazing, obviously. So, are you coming to see the house or not? Yes, of course I'm coming. He Chen's face lit up with excitement. I want to pick the prettiest one. Fine, you decide, but you have to keep it from Mom. If she asks, tell her we're renting. Got it. With He Chen on board, He Huan felt an enormous weight lift off his shoulders. He called out to Wang Hui, who was standing a short distance away. Manager Wang, let's go see that house. Wang Hui said, I picked out 5 places near number 1 high school. Just like you asked. Let's start with the closest one, Qiaohong Residences. Qiaohong Residences sat right across the street from the school. The 3 of them walked over, and within minutes they were on the 4th floor. Wang Hui pulled out a key and opened the door. The landlord's a retired teacher from number 1. His kid's settling down in Jiangcheng and needs cash to buy a place there, so he's selling this one. Decent layout, clean and tidy, and the price is the best part. 110 square meters for only 210,000 yuan. For an average family, 110 square meters was plenty. Back then, shared common areas weren't a thing. What you saw was what you got. He Huan glanced around. The layout was 3 bedrooms, a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, and 1 bathroom. The living and dining areas were connected, roughly 50 square meters. The 3 bedrooms were decent sized too, but the finishes were a little basic, and there was no balcony. He was about to say something when He Chen blurted out, "Bro, this place is great. Look, there's an air conditioner in the bedroom, a water heater in the bathroom, and all these tiles and hardwood floors are so clean." Wang Hui jumped on it. "And all the furniture and appliances, the landlord said he can leave them for you." He Chen's eyes lit up. "You mean the big TV, the big fridge, the beds, all of it stays?" "That's right. He's buying in Jiangcheng and can't haul this stuff with him. It all goes to the buyer." He Chen's eyes sparkled as she turned to He Huan, practically ready to put down a deposit on the spot. "Qian, didn't you say you wanted 4 bedrooms, to save a room for Grandma and Grandpa?" "I was just talking. Even if they do come, I can share with Mom. I still think this place is a little small. Let's see a few more. We've got 4 houses left." He Chen figured that made sense. You couldn't decide after looking at just one place. Wang Hui took them through 2 more apartments. He Chen was like a kid in a candy store. She loved every single one, but He Huan found them all just okay. Seeing that He Huan wasn't committing, Wang Hui said, "The last 2 are over 140 square meters, both priced above 300,000. You still want to see them?" He Chen immediately thought that was too much. "Bro, I think that first one was really good. Lots of rooms, and only 190. He Huan still preferred a bigger house, even if it was temporary. The extra 100,000 didn't matter to him at all. "Relax. Let's keep looking. We don't have to decide right now." The 4th house was in a newer neighborhood near number 1 high school. Another walk up, no elevator, but the landscaping and green space were nice. They climbed up to the 2nd floor. Wang Hui unlocked the door, and they stepped inside. The apartment was completely bare, no furniture, no appliances. But the finish work was good. Black, white, and gray throughout. It gave the place a sleek, modern, minimalist feel. The space was generous, with great natural light. 4 bedrooms, a living room, a dining room, a kitchen, 2 bathrooms, and a big balcony. Best of all, it had just been renovated and never lived in. He Huan liked it at first glance. He turned to He Chen. "Qian, what do you think?" She stopped gawking around and wrinkled her nose. "Too expensive, and there's nothing in it. 330. "Forget the price. What do you think of the place?" "How can you just forget the price? That's the first thing to think about." He Huan was speechless. His sister was just like their mom, the type who agonized over every penny even when money was in hand. "I think it's great. Look, the master bedroom's huge and has its own bathroom. Mom would love that. And the 2nd bedroom has so many closets. You'd have tons of space for your clothes. You could stick a desk in that corner for homework. Later, when you're off to college, you can swap it for a vanity. And that little study can hold a 1.5-meter bed. If Grandma and Grandpa visit, they'd have a place to sleep. And the balcony, put some plants out there. It'd look really nice." He Chen's eyes went dreamy, but then she frowned. "But it's too expensive, and there's no furniture, no appliances. Buying all that would cost who knows how much." Wang Hui sensed an opening. "It is a bit steep, but it's a brand new apartment that's never been lived in. The renovation alone cost the original owner over 100,000. He wouldn't be selling a place this nice if he didn't need the cash fast. And honestly, how many houses does a person buy in a lifetime? If you're going to do it, might as well get one that checks every box." He Chen wavered. Living in a house this big really would be amazing. She looked at He Huan. He was smiling. "Don't worry about the money. I've got plenty. If you like it, we'll take it." I don't know which one's best anymore. It's all starting to blur together." Seeing her still hesitating, He Huan turned to Wang Hui. "No need to see the last one. We'll take this. When can the landlord transfer the title?" Wang Hui beamed. I'll reach out to him right away, but aren't you going to negotiate? We are, He Chen cut in. 300,000 flat. If he can do that, fine. If not, we'll go back to one of the first three. He Huan laughed and shook his head. Do what my sister says, try to get the price down. I'll swing by your office tomorrow around noon. If the number works, we'll start the paperwork. Will do. He Chen circled the apartment a few more times before reluctantly leaving with He Huan to head back to school. On the way, she asked, Bro, how much money do you actually have? A little over $1 million. She stopped walking, stunned. All from stocks? What else? Then why'd you tell Mom it was only 300,000? I didn't want to give her a heart attack. I'll tell her later. He Huan fixed his eyes on He Chen and said firmly, in a few days, when we bring Mom to see the new place, remember, we say it's rented, got it? Don't worry. I'm not stupid. Afternoon classes ended, and the siblings walked home together. He Huan saw only their mom was home. Mom, didn't Uncle come by today to set up the internet? It's done. I asked him to stay for dinner, but he said he had something urgent and left in a hurry. He Huan was surprised. His uncle never passed up a free meal. Had he really changed? He Chen rushed into the study, turned on the computer, and called out, Bro, come check if it's working now. Liu Mai came over immediately, looking anxious. Huan, take a look. Is your 300,000 still there? He Huan had already guessed she'd be eager to check his stock money. He kept his voice calm. Mom, today's Saturday, the market's closed. I won't see the account balance until Monday. Sure enough, Liu Mai had no clue about stocks and looked disappointed. Oh, I see. Well, you two come eat first. I made braised crucian carp especially for you today. He Huan had loved fish since he was little, but crucian carp had too many bones and was a hassle to eat. He was carefully picking them out when he noticed He Chen had already set down her chopsticks. Her bowl was completely empty. Bro, why aren't you done yet? Liu Mai frowned. Qian, why are you eating so fast today? Your brother likes fish. Let him eat slowly, or he might choke on a bone. He Huan took one look at He Chen's anxious face and knew exactly what she wanted. She needed him to help download music, and she couldn't wait another second. He took a few quick bites of greens and finished the rest of his food. Mom, take your time eating. I'm going to help Qian fill out a form on the computer. Liu Mai suddenly grew wary. That computer was bought for your work. Neither of you is allowed to use it for gaming. Got it. The two went into the study, and He Chen closed the door. She excitedly pulled open the drawer. Then her expression flipped, and she started rummaging frantically. What's wrong? Is the MP3 player gone? I put it in the drawer last night. How could it be missing? As she spoke, big teardrops welled up in her eyes. He Huan felt a pang of sympathy and quickly patted her shoulder. Why are you crying? It's just an MP3 player. Even if it's lost, I'll buy you another one. Did you forget what I said at lunch? But that MP3 player cost over $400. Mom's monthly salary is less than $2,000. I lost so much money all at once. What do you mean, you lost it? I saw you put it in the drawer last night too. Even if it's gone, it's not your fault. Besides, Mom and Uncle both came into this room today. Maybe one of them put it away. He Chen's eyes went wide. Mom wouldn't mess with our stuff. It must have been Uncle who stole it. He Huan's first thought was the same. Their uncle had swiped it in his past life. The man had been caught by the police several times for sticky fingers. The study door suddenly swung open, and Liu Mai poked her head in. What bad things are you two saying about your uncle? Uncle took my. He Huan quickly covered He Chen's mouth, cutting her off. This girl was too emotional. Without proof, you couldn't just blurt out accusations, no matter how suspicious things looked. Mom, did you see a little gift box in this drawer today? I didn't open this drawer today. What's wrong? Did something go missing? Yeah, an MP3 player is gone. It was lent to Chanshan by a classmate. Mom, can you call Uncle and ask if he saw it when he was setting up the internet? Liu Mai asked nervously, what's that MP3 player thing? Is it expensive? It's not that expensive, maybe a few dozen bucks, but it belongs to someone else, and it'll be hard to explain if we lost it. Liu Mai relaxed a little. Okay, I'll call your uncle now. She pulled out her phone and dialed. The ringtone ended, but no one answered. She tried again, and this time it rang a long time before someone picked up. Liu Mai asked a few brief questions and hung up. He Chen asked anxiously, what did Uncle say? He said he didn't see it and didn't take it. How is that possible? He Chen's voice was shaking. No one else came into this room. He Huan comforted her. Chanshan, let it go. You have to catch a thief in the act. Just be more careful from now on. Liu Mai knew exactly what her brother was like. She sighed. How much was that? Whatever 3 thing. I'll pay your classmate back. Mom, the money is a small thing, but you know what Uncle and the other uncle are like. We're related by blood, so we can't avoid normal contact, but when it comes to money or anything serious, you have to keep your mouth shut. Yeah, I get it. From now on, I'll try to hire outsiders for everything. Liu Mai's voice was weak and low. She was clearly deeply disappointed in her brother. On the way to school, He Chen was still fuming, bad-mouthing their uncle non-stop. He Huan just smiled. Chanshan, this is actually a good thing. Don't be mad. How is this a good thing? It's over 400 bucks. Exactly. It's only a little over 400, and it made Mom face reality. If Uncle and the other one come borrowing money later, that loss would be huge. He Chen pouted. Ever since I can remember, neither uncle has done a single thing for our family. They're always asking Mom to help them, and after all these years, she still hasn't learned. If you ask me, we should cut ties with both of them and never speak to them again. He Huan let out a long sigh. Mom is the eldest daughter in the Liu family, so she's always felt a sense of responsibility toward her brothers. It's the same with us siblings. An ordinary woman might have run off with someone else after Dad died. But Mom chose to tough it out and raise us herself. That's her sense of responsibility as a mother. Can you really say that's wrong? He Chen paused, thinking for a moment. But we're different from Uncle. We're Mom's kids. They're just her brothers, and they're already adults. He Huan shook his head. Blood ties are the hardest to sever. Mom knows exactly what kind of people her brothers are. Don't say such heartless things in the future. It'll only put her in a tough spot. What we need to do is make ourselves strong first, be able to back Mom up second. When we're strong, others won't dare to bully her. He Chen looked confused. Bro, what does it mean to be strong? Status and wealth. Status, put simply, is how many people are willing to listen to you. Wealth is even simpler. It's money. Most conflicts in this world can be solved with money. The more you have, the more others will respect you. He Chen stared at him with wide eyes. Bro, you can study and earn so much money at the same time. From now on, Mom will have to rely on you to protect her. I don't think I can do that. He Huan smiled. Who says, study hard and get into a top 985 university, and your social status will shoot right up. Then, no matter who meets Mom, they'll say, wow, Mrs. Liu, I heard your daughter got into a 985 university. How amazing is she? Imagine how proud Mom would be. He Chen giggled. That's true. You probably don't have much hope for the college entrance exam anyway, So just focus on making money. I'll focus on my studies. Together, we'll make Mom hold her head high. He Huan teased. Actually, I'm really good at studying too. Don't underestimate me. He Chen laughed out loud. Bro, stop bragging. Do you think I don't know what your grades are like? He Huan laughed along. Even though she was poking fun at him, her tone still carried respect. I was a real mess before, but I'm different now. Just wait and see. My grades will skyrocket. Yeah, right. You're just not cut out for studying. That really stung, but He Huan was in a good mood. Even though he'd only been reborn a few days, He Chen's attitude toward him had already changed dramatically. Everything was heading in the best possible direction. During the evening self-study break, He Huan came back from the restroom and spotted a familiar figure across the hallway. Actually, two of them. He hurried over to He Chen and Yaroshin, caught off guard. What are you two doing here? He Chen passed him a bottle of cola. Yaroshin insisted on giving this to you. Yaroshin smiled, her eyes crinkling. You treated me to lunch at the second-floor cafeteria yesterday, so today I'm getting you a cola. You won't turn it down, right, brother? He Chen planted her hands on her hips like an angry little tiger. Who are you calling brother? He's my brother. Your brother's my brother. What's the difference? Yaroshin, are you crazy? You can't just go around claiming brothers like that. Then what should I call your brother? My name's Fine. Or Senior works too. He Huan's tone was flat, carrying a clear sense of distance. Yaroshin froze. She clearly hadn't expected him to be so cold. Senior, you'll still take the cola, won't you? He Huan wasn't new to this. He could tell Yaroshin had a special interest in him. High school crushes, in his mind, were like unripe green apples, awkward, immature, and better left alone. He needed to make his stance clear and stop those premature feelings before they went any further. He shook his head. I don't like sweet drinks. You should take it back and have it yourself. Yaroshin didn't know what to do. She just stared down at her shoes. He Chen felt bad for her. She forced the bottle into He Huan's hands. Just take it when someone offers. Why do you have to run your mouth like that? He Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wasn't He Chen just arguing with Yaroshin a moment ago? Now she was taking her side. Fine. I'll take the cola, but don't send me anything else. When she caught the hint of a smile on Yaroshin's lips, He Chen finally relaxed. She linked arms with her. Let's head back to the classroom. My brother's a total jerk, just ignore him. He Huan watched them walk off and shook his head, smiling. When he turned around, he caught Li Lan staring at him. The second their eyes met, she looked away. Feng Gan and He Huan were both burning with curiosity. The moment He Huan sat down, Feng Gan leaned over. Huan, who were those two girls? One's my little sister, the other is her classmate. You have a sister. You never mentioned her. You never asked. Feng Gan blinked. So what's the deal? Why'd your sister's classmate give you cola? As he asked, Li Lan and He Huan subtly perked up their ears. Nothing gets people more interested than gossip. I had lunch with my sister yesterday, and Yaroshin was there too, so I treated them both at the school cafeteria. Feng Gan let out a breath and leaned back in his seat. Man, you had me worried. I thought she was confessing to you, but then I figured no way a quiet guy like you would ever have a girl chasing after him. For some reason, He Huan couldn't stop himself from glancing at Li Lan. Their eyes met again. Li Lan gave a little sniff and shot him a look of pure disdain. A knot tightened in He Huan's chest. His mind drifted back to his freshman year of college. In his past life, he and Li Lan had ended up at the same school, in the same major. Back then, he'd been naive enough to think fate had read his heart and placed her beside him. One rainy night, He'd worked up the courage to confess his feelings to her over QQ. She replied fast, just one simple sentence. Do you think you deserve me? There were plenty of ways to reject someone. Li Lan had chosen the most humiliating one. Even years later, the memory of those words still made his heart ache. In his previous life, two women had played pivotal roles. One was his mother, Liu Mai. After she died in a car accident, he'd thrown himself into studying like a madman and gotten into a top-tier university. The other was Li Lan. After her reply, he understood that a man without money had no dignity. He Huan snapped back to the present and smirked. I could snap my fingers and have gorgeous women lining up to marry me. Saying it out loud, he felt the weight in his chest lift. He wasn't bragging. It was simply a fact, and he'd said it on purpose, for Li Lan's ears, as a long overdue answer to that question. Do you think you deserve me? He Huan rolled her eyes. Who do you think you are? The richest man alive? Daniel Wu. Yeah, I've seen shameless people before, but never this shameless, Feng Gan added. He Huan just smiled. He didn't bother arguing. After evening self-study ended, the two siblings walked home, one behind the other. He Huan could tell He Chen was in a little huff by the way she kept walking fast ahead of him. It was kind of funny. He caught up. Qian, are you mad at me because of your classmate? She made a frustrated sound. I thought you'd gotten smarter lately, but you're still a total jerk. Even if you didn't like it, you didn't have to refuse Yaroshin's cola like that. Do you have any idea how down she was after we got back to the classroom? What should I have done, then? Take the cola first. It's basic manners. Qian, what do you think Yaroshin was really after? Repaying me for the meal, or using it as an excuse to start something? He Chen's face flushed. She hadn't expected him to be so direct. She never said she likes you. Don't flatter yourself. He Huan shook his head and smiled. She didn't say it, but I'm not an idiot. I can tell. A normal girl wouldn't just start calling me brother out of nowhere. He Chen had no comeback. As Yaroshin's close friend, she knew exactly what was in her heart. Her brother wasn't wrong. Then couldn't you have let her down a little more gently? Wasn't that gentle enough? You. He Chen stomped her foot. You're impossible. So what should I have done? Take the cola and let her get the wrong idea. Today it's cola, tomorrow it's gifts and love letters. He Chen opened her mouth but couldn't find the words. He Huan softened his voice. Qian, Mom always says, do the right thing at the right age. Campus romance sounds nice, but it's just a rush of hormones. Most of it goes nowhere. Any promise you can't actually keep is unfair to the other person. What if it does last, and they end up getting married? Then that's great, but what are the odds? Even college couples break up after graduation. How many high schoolers can hold a relationship together all the way to marriage? So I'm with Mom on this. I'm strongly against dating in high school. That's when He Chen finally caught on. She glared at him. So all that roundabout talk was just you worrying about me dating someone at school. He Huan, even Mom isn't this paranoid. Could I blame myself for being paranoid? In my last life, I watched you go from a sweet honor student to a messed up party girl. I have to nip this in the bud. He Huan grinned. I'm just looking out for you. People wear different faces in public and in private. You're young and inexperienced. It's easy to get fooled when it comes to romance. I'm not against you dating in college, but you have to let me vet the guy. If I give the green light, then it's fine. I'll be an adult by college. I'm not listening to you then. Really? What happened to that promise you made me? He Chen looked upset. You can't control every part of my life. What about my freedom? If you're gonna be this overbearing, I'll just stop taking your allowance. He Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She was 16. Peak rebellious age. push too hard, and she'd only dig in her heels deeper. He'd have to guide her one step at a time. Alright, one more thing. Sister Wang spoke to the landlord this afternoon. Is only willing to drop the price by 10,000. I said yes. So it's still 320,000. Why'd you say yes so fast? If you'd haggled a bit more, maybe he would have come down even more. Let it go, prices are climbing right now. If we drag our feet, he might jack the price back up when you get home. Make sure you find an excuse to get Mom's household registration booklet and her ID card. What do you need those for? To transfer the house to you, obviously. He Chen froze. What? Transfer it to me? Think about it. I can't just skip class in senior year tomorrow. Ask your teacher for a half day off. We'll go to the real estate agency at noon. I'll pay, then head straight back to school. Sister Wang will walk you through the rest of the transfer. But I don't know how to do any of that. What if I screw something up? This is 320,000 we're talking about. Qian, you're 16 now. Back in the day, girls your age were already getting married. It's time you learned how to handle things yourself. If I ever start a company, I need you to be independent enough to help me out. In the past, He Chen would have mocked him for sure, but now, part of her actually believed He Huan might start a company one day. After all, what other high school kid could buy a house with his own money? Seeing her still hesitating, He Huan added, relax. Nothing's going to go wrong. Just do whatever Sister Wang tells you. Bro, wouldn't it be better to put the house in Mom's name? Don't be ridiculous. If Mom found out, she'd tear me apart. Then how can it be in my name? That doesn't make sense either. He Huan let out a small laugh. You've been pretty good these past few days. Think of it as a reward. Later on, I'll get you luxury cars and a mansion too, but only if. I know, listen to Mom. He Huan smiled, and this time it was genuine. In this world, Mom and I are the only ones who will never hurt you. We just want what's best for you. He Chen felt a warmth spread through her chest. She gave a firm nod. When the two of them got home, Liu Mai walked out of her room, fanning herself with a palm leaf fan. He Chen spoke up first. Mom, our teacher says we need to bring the household registration booklet and your ID card to school tomorrow. Some kind of registration thing. Liu Mai didn't suspect a thing. She went into her room, grabbed the booklet and her ID card, and handed them over to He Chen. She sat down at the kitchen table and asked, Mid-Autumn Festival is in a week. Does your school give you any time off? Nothing's been announced yet. I think it'll be just one day, and even then we'll have to be back for evening self-study that same night. What? Evening classes on Mid-Autumn Festival? Liu Mai looked genuinely surprised. He Huan smiled and explained, what can you do? National Day is right after Mid-Autumn, and senior year is brutal. They can't keep handing out breaks. Mom, are you thinking of going back to your hometown for the festival? This year, I want to go to your grandmother's house. Your youngest uncle called yesterday. He said her health is getting worse by the day. I was hoping to take you two to see her over the break. I'm not going. I'm spending Mid-Autumn Festival at Grandma and Grandpa's house. He Chen stopped mid-sentence when He Huan shot her a sharp look. He Huan said, okay, Mom, if we get time off, Qian and I will go with you. He Chen immediately pouted, looking completely miserable. Liu Mai frowned at her. Qian, we'll just go, eat a meal, and come right back. Whatever else you think, she's still your real grandmother, and he's still your real uncle. You can't treat them like enemies. He Chen kept her mouth shut, still sulking. Don't worry, Mom. Go get some rest. I'll talk some sense into her. Liu Mai sighed and headed back to her room. He Chen grumbled, bro, why are you making me go to Grandma's house? I really don't want to see them. You think I do? Then why drag me along? He Huan's voice turned a little more firm. Everything I've told you before, why can't you get it? Just do it for Mom, suck it up a little, alright? Don't put her in the middle like this. He Chen dropped her head like a kid who knew she'd messed up. Fine. Good. Go shower first, then get to bed early. After He Chen left, He Huan closed the study door, turned on the computer, and logged into the stock trading platform. Since he'd dabbled in stocks in his previous life, the whole setup felt familiar in no time. He had an account ready. He transferred 348,000 into it. It wasn't a round number, so it'd look more convincing. He Chen finished her shower and noticed the study door was slightly ajar. A faint glow from the computer screen flickered inside. She frowned, pushed the door open, and demanded, "Are you playing games again?" He Huan felt more innocent than a saint. He leaned aside and said, "See for yourself. Does this look like a game to you?" He Chen craned her neck. The screen was covered in red and green lines, charts, and numbers. Is this stocks? Yeah, look at this. He Huan moved the mouse and pointed at a number on the screen. He Chen's heart skipped a beat when she saw the balance. 348,000. Mom, come quick. Liu Mai came out of her room, curious. What's all the yelling about? He Chen pointed at the screen, practically bouncing. Mom, look at the money in Bro's stock account. It's really more than 300,000. Liu Mai leaned in, staring blankly at the string of numbers. She still couldn't quite believe it. Is this real money? He Huan chuckled. You think I could fake something like that? Didn't you say you couldn't check on weekends? I was wrong about that. You can't trade today, but you can still see the balance. As He Huan finished speaking, he felt a drop of liquid land on the hand resting on the mouse. He turned. His mother was already in tears. His heart clenched. He quickly grabbed a couple of tissues and handed them to Liu Mai, his voice gentle. Mom, I have money now. I'm going to give you a good life. Liu Mai's mind was somewhere else entirely. She covered her face with both hands and sobbed even harder. He Chen, affected by her mother's emotion, started tearing up silently too. In a low voice, she said, Mom, don't cry. Liu Mai wiped her tears and said, her voice breaking, I'm just so happy. I never imagined Huan would amount to so much, earning this kind of money. He Chen opened her mouth, almost blurting out the secret about the house he'd bought, but caught herself just in time. She switched gears. Mom, I'll study hard too. I'll earn lots of money and take care of you one day. Liu Mai smiled warmly. What would I do with all that money? As long as you two kids make something of yourselves and no one ever pushes you around, I can die happy. He Huan's expression darkened, his voice turned dead serious. I'd rather have nothing at all and have you healthy and safe. Mom, please don't ever say the word die again. It scares me. His eyes were already turning red. Liu Mai was deeply moved. She reached out and patted He Huan's head. All right, the three of us, we're all going to be fine. It was a long while before Liu Mai finally left the study, still reluctant to go. He Chen had the mouse and was firing off one question after another: how to buy stocks, how to read their ups and downs. He Huan was afraid that if he said too much, she'd start picking up on things he didn't want her to know. Okay, you should go to bed. I'm going to take a shower. He Chen kept her eyes glued to the screen. Go ahead. I'm going to study this stock stuff a little more. A bad feeling crept into He Huan's gut. He reached over, took the mouse from her hand, and closed the stock page. What are you doing, bro? You're too young to be messing around with stocks. Your job right now is to study hard. Making money is my business. He Chen pouted, her face full of displeasure. He Huan sighed. Tell you what, tomorrow I'll buy you a new MP3 player. You can download any songs you want right now, and we'll put them on it tomorrow. That caught her attention immediately. Bro, how do I download songs? Teach me. He Chen was a top student. After all, He Huan opened a music website, gave her a quick demo, and she picked it up right away. After his shower, He Huan returned to the study. He Chen was still hunched over the computer. Chen, time for bed. Hang on, I'm almost done setting up my QQ number. So the kid knew how to set up a QQ account. He Huan leaned in and saw He Chen with her chin propped on both hands, eyes slightly narrowed, like she was deep in thought. What are you thinking about? A screen name? He Chen didn't look up, just hummed in agreement. He Huan chuckled. A screen name is just a label. Is it really worth racking your brain over? Don't bother me, you're breaking my train of thought. Want me to come up with one for you? How about Chen the ghost? He Chen finally lost her temper. Get out. She started pushing him out of the study. He Huan quickly begged for mercy. Okay. I'll lie on the bed and read a book. I promise I won't bother you. She let go and sat back down at the computer. A little while later, she finally stretched out a finger and started typing. He Huan heard the clicking and looked over. He saw her screen name, My Bien Chen Yu Ching Huan. Honestly, the name didn't suit a 16-year-old girl at all, but for some reason, it really got to He Huan. Just a tiny screen name, and yet it contained the names of all 3 members of their family, so she really did care deeply about this family. Bro, what's your QQ number? Let me add you as a friend. He Huan rattled off a string of numbers. Soon, He Chen said, Bro, is la bu wei you? Yeah. I already added you. He Huan sat up. Okay, hand me the mouse. I'll log into my QQ too. The siblings quickly added each other. Seeing that He Chen still showed no sign of going to bed, He Huan hardened his tone. Chen, you need to sleep now. You can keep downloading music tomorrow. He Chen could tell he was getting impatient. She was a little scared of that, so she nodded and went back to her room. He Huan closed the door, grabbed the mouse, and opened the stock page again. He set up another account and transferred 95 million yuan in 2007 was going to be a huge bull market. Besides, he'd studied stocks extensively in his previous life. He knew exactly which ones would skyrocket. If money could make money, why let it sit idle in the bank earning nothing? The next day at noon, in the real estate agency, Li Sai listened to Wang Hui's report and asked with some concern, Are you sure that high school kid wasn't just messing with me? That's what I thought at first, too, but he paid a deposit of 1,000 yuan. He seems serious about buying. But how can a high school student have that kind of money? Well, Wang Hui was also puzzled. When she'd shown them the apartment yesterday, both He Huan and his sister had been dressed plainly, and from their conversation, it was clear their family wasn't well off. Without support from an adult, how could a high school student come up with 300,000 at once? Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. A boy and a girl who looked quite alike walked in. He Huan, you're here. The landlord, Emma.Li, is already here too. He Huan gave Li Sai a slight nod. Sorry we're late. My sister and I had to come after school. I just got here myself. Li Sai hesitated, then cut to the chase. Are you sure you want to buy my apartment? Of course, why else would my sister and I be here? Li Sai continued. Manager Wang probably told you, the minimum is 320,000. Yeah, 320,000 is fine. He Huan suddenly looked at Li Sai and smiled. You're asking all these questions because you're worried I don't have the money, right? Li Sai's expression turned awkward. He didn't want to admit it. Don't worry, I'm here to pay today. He Huan turned to Wang Hui. Sister Wang, what's the process? Do I pay now? No. We haven't signed the contract yet. Give me a moment to print out the standard form. He Huan, could you show me your ID? No need, the house is going to my sister. I'm just here to pay. Li Sai and Wang Hui both looked at He Chen, which made her a little embarrassed. I told him not to, but my brother insisted on transferring it to me. Li Sai and Wang Hui both felt a pang of envy. A 300,000 yuan apartment, and she had a brother like that. Alright, then let me see your ID number so I can draw up the contract. Wang Hui quickly printed the contract and handed copies to He Huan and Li Sai. He Huan glanced over it. For payment, do we hand the money directly to the landlord? Yes. But if you're worried about security, you can set up a supervised account at the bank. Once the title transfer is complete, the money goes to the landlord automatically. Li Sai didn't mind either way. I'm fine with whatever. He Huan thought for a moment. I'll just transfer it directly to you with the contract and the transfer record. There shouldn't be any problems. If you have no objections, can we sign now? Li Sai still had some doubts. He read the contract word for word again, confirmed there were no issues, and finally signed. He Huan slid the contract over to He Chen. She hesitated. I'm signing? Who else? This house is for you. A sweet feeling filled He Chen's heart. She picked up the pen and wrote her name in bold strokes. Li Sai smiled. I have to say, it's impressive, a high school student spending like this. If I didn't know better, I'd think you were setting up a love nest. He Chen's cheeks flushed. He wouldn't dare. If my mom found out, she'd beat him to a pulp. You don't understand, little sister. In a family, whoever holds the purse strings calls the shots. With your brother being this rich, your mom can't control him. Of course she can. He Huan's voice turned serious. No matter how successful a son is, he's still a son. It's only right for parents to discipline their children. Besides, my mom raised us both on her own. She's been through a lot. I hope she lives a long life and bosses me around forever. Li Sai had only meant it as a joke. He hadn't expected He Huan to react so strongly. And he certainly hadn't expected these siblings to come from a single-parent family. Where did this high school kid, with no help from his parents, get 300,000? It felt like a personal question. So Li Sai didn't ask. For a moment, the room was quiet, except for the scratch of He Chen's pen signing her name. Wang Hui wanted to lighten things up, so she flashed a smile. He Huan, you're putting the house under your sister's name. What happens when she gets married in a few years? She meant it as a harmless joke, but He Chen took it seriously. In her mind, once she got married, she and her brother would belong to two separate households, and no matter what, the house had to go back to him. She suddenly lifted her head, making He Huan flinch. Brother, when you get married or when I get married, whichever comes first, I'll transfer the house back to you. Why go through all that hassle? It's way too much trouble. But it's your house. If you start a family, or I start one, I should give it back. Forget it. When you get married, I'll just be glad if you don't complain about how small your dowry is. Wang Hui and Li Sai burst out laughing. He Chen's face went bright red, but after a moment, she realized he had a point. Their mother didn't have much money when the time came. Wasn't her brother the one who would end up handling her dowry? She understood that perfectly well. But did he have to say it out loud? She was a girl. Didn't she have any pride? She reached over and pinched the soft spot on He Huan's waist, making him yelp. Let's see you talk nonsense again. Wang Hui teased her. Keep bullying your brother, and he might not prepare that dowry at all. Who cares about his junk? I don't want it. Your brother just spent 320,000 to buy you a house. The dowry he puts together for you later is not going to be small. You really don't want it. He Chen finished signing the purchase contract with her face still flushed, and said nothing. She was too thin-skinned to admit it, but inside, she felt a swell of pride. There weren't many brothers in the world like He Huan, who would drop that kind of money on his sister. The four of them went to the bank, and He Huan transferred the 320,000 to Lisai finally exhaled in relief. Sister Wang, I'll leave the rest of the transfer process to you. Could you please guide my sister through it? Don't worry. It's part of my job. He Huan still felt a little uneasy, so he turned to He Qian. If anything comes up, use Sister Wang's phone to call me. She has my number saved. Aren't you supposed to be in class? Your safety matters more. Lisai smiled. Don't worry, He Huan. I'm no scam artist. We'll get the house transferred to your sister smoothly. He Huan nodded and caught a bus back to school. Throughout the afternoon, He Huan couldn't concentrate. His mind kept drifting back to how things were going on. It wasn't until the final bell rang and the teacher had barely stepped out of the classroom that his phone finally buzzed. He Huan had just pulled out the phone when he heard Feng Gan's over-the-top voice from the back row. Holy crap, Huanzi, where the hell did you get a phone? A Nokia N73. He Huan couldn't be bothered with him. The second he answered, he heard He Qian's excited voice. Brother, I'm waiting for you at the school gate. All done? Yeah, I have the property deed and the keys. Good. I'll be right out. Feng Gan wanted to ask about the phone, but He Huan hung up and bolted out the door. He reached the school gate and spotted He Qian standing under a tree, a bright smile on her face. Wang Hui was right beside her. He Huan hurried over and said to Wang Hui, Sister Wang, thank you for all the hard work. No trouble at all, just part of the job. The deed is ready. If anything comes up later, feel free to call me. Absolutely, thank you, Sister Wang. Wang Hui suddenly remembered something and turned back. Oh, by the way, I already gave your sister back the 1,000 yuan deposit. He Qian pulled a stack of bills from her pocket and said, Brother, here. Why give it back to me? Keep it for your living expenses. Wang Hui laughed. He Qian, your brother is unbelievably good to you. Having an older brother like that makes people jealous. This time, He Qian didn't deny it. She glanced at He Huan and saw him just smiling faintly. All right, my work here is done, so I'll head back. He Huan, call me if you need anything. After Wang Hui left, He Qian started to open the file bag in her hand. He Huan didn't need to look to know it held the property deed. Come on, don't show me. There are too many eyes and ears around here. Let's go home and eat first. He Qian paused mid-motion. Brother, I want to see the new house again. Mom's waiting for us to eat. He Huan stopped short when he saw the eager look in her eyes. All right, but we'll make it quick. Don't let Mom suspect anything. Ham. They arrived at the new house, and He Qian was unusually excited. She kept tossing out ideas, put a table here, a bookshelf there, but then her brow furrowed. Brother, how much money do you have left? I still have some. Why? We still need a bed, a dining table, a TV, an air conditioner. I have no idea how much all that's going to cost. He Huan smiled. Don't worry. I've already set aside a budget for it. Tomorrow at noon, you and I will hit the furniture market and order the bed, dining table, coffee table, all that. The day after that, we'll pick out the washing machine, TV, and other appliances. Everything will be to your taste. I'll just cover the bill. He added, I've still got a few 100,000 besides my stocks. Go ahead. Pick the good stuff. No cheap junk. He Qian giggled. When we did the transfer today, Sister Wang and the landlord, Sister Li, couldn't stop praising you. They said I have an amazing brother. And what do you think? Of course I think the same, but it still feels so unreal. Just a few days ago, you were a total internet addict, and now, out of nowhere, you're capable of buying a house. He Huan chuckled. I was a real mess back then, but that's all in the past. Life's only going to get better from here. You focus on your studies, I'll focus on making money. Together, we'll hold up the family. You're way more impressive. Even after I graduate and start working, I don't know how many years it would take to save up 320,000. A family's like a small society. Everyone has a different role. You can't say the person who makes more money is the one who contributes the most. The person quietly holding things down in the background counts just as much. Like no matter how much money I pull in, it still won't compare to what she's given. Without her holding on through everything, there wouldn't be a you and me, and you're still young. You've got infinite possibilities, so don't sell yourself short. He Huan looked at him with admiration. Brother, you're really good with words now. You could be a teacher. If I became a teacher, I'd just lead the kids off track. Come on, let's head home. If we're any later, Mom will start nagging again. He Huan agreed and was about to head out, but then she thought about bringing the deed home. If Liu Mai found it, that would be a disaster. She tucked the deed inside a cabinet, double-checked to make sure it was well hidden, and then happily followed He Huan out the door. When they got home, Liu Mai already had dinner on the table. She glanced up, puzzled. Why are you two so late? Nothing happened on the way, did it? He Huan scooped rice into his bowl. No, we just ran into a classmate and got held up. Liu Mai's expression turned serious. She looked straight at He Huan. Qian, from now on, you walk to school and back with your brother every single day. He Huan blinked. I already do. It's not like I wander off by myself. He Huan caught the shift in his mother's tone. Mom, what happened? Liu Mai lowered her voice. I heard today that a senior girl from Yi family village jumped off a building, killed herself. What? Both siblings leaned in. Why would she do something like that out of nowhere? They're saying last night after evening study hall, she was walking home alone when some street punks got to her. The next afternoon, she couldn't take it anymore and jumped. Neighbors saw it happen. News travels fast around here. He Huan's face darkened. Public security wasn't what it would be a decade later. Street thugs and deadbeats were everywhere, living off violence and petty theft. Serious crimes like this cropped up a few times every year. He saw his opening. Mom, Yi family village is a mess. All kinds of people crammed in here. What if we moved, rented somewhere else? He Huan's eyes lit up. Yeah, Mom, half the time when I come back from evening study hall, there are guys with no shirts hanging around the intersection. If my brother's making money now, we could find a nicer neighborhood. Liu Mai hesitated. There are thousands of migrant workers in this village alone. The odds are probably, Mom. He Huan cut her off gently. Before something bad happens, nobody thinks it'll happen to them, but that girl who jumped, she probably thought the same thing. Once the danger comes, there's no time for regret. I've got money now. Let's find a gated community with real security. That way, when Qian and I come home late, you won't have to worry, right? Liu Mai sighed. The lease still has a few months. What if the landlord won't refund the rent? Even if they won't, we should still go. Safety comes first. He Huan nodded hard. Mom, I think my brother's right. We save when we need to save, and we spend when we need to spend. There's no point in suffering just to suffer. Liu Mai looked from He Huan to He Huan, a strange expression settling onto her face. When did you two suddenly start getting along? Now you're teaming up against me. He Huan laughed. We're not teaming up against you. We just really want to change. First, safety. Yi family village is too chaotic. You never know what could happen. Second, this place is small and run down. In winter, even taking a shower is a headache, and we've got rats and roaches everywhere. Third, And most important, I've got money now. I'm pulling in hundreds, even thousands from the stock market every day. A decent apartment costs maybe 5,000 a year in rent. I can make that in less than a week. Liu Mai stared at him. How is your stock market stuff making that much? Of course it is. Haven't you seen the news? This year is a massive bull market. He Huan wasn't exaggerating. Even though the 2008 subprime mortgage crisis would crash the global economy, in 2007 the world's stock markets were roaring. You could practically throw money in blind and still profit. Liu Mai finally gave in. Alright. I'll look around in a few days for a better place. Mom, you don't need to point. One of my classmates has a family in real estate. I'll ask him if I find something good, I'll put down the deposit. You just focus on work. I'll make sure it's right. How old are you? There are scams everywhere with rentals. Can you really handle it? He can, He Chen said, dead certain. If he's already making this much money, he can definitely handle renting a place. Liu Mai felt a twinge of unease. Just days ago, these two were at each other's throats. Now they were this close. Fine, you handle the rental search, but no money changes hands until I've seen it and said yes. The siblings traded a quick smile. They were finally moving. Over the next few days, He Huan and He Chen went out every noon to buy furniture and appliances. Some items needed on-site assembly: beds, a dining table, air conditioners. He Chen even took 2 afternoons off school. Her entire focus had zeroed in on the new apartment. She was tireless, and happier than he'd seen her in a long time. Friday after school, they were walking home when He Chen burst out, "Bro, the water heater got installed at noon today. I turned it on to test it, and the hot water comes out crazy fast. I also cleaned the whole place. It's spotless now. We could move in any time. Didn't I tell you to hire someone to clean? Why waste the money? I clean every day anyway. It was never that dirty. I did it myself." He Huan smiled. Ever since they bought the place, He Chen had treated it like a treasure. She insisted on checking it every day after school. "If all the furniture and appliances are in, I'll tell Mom tonight so she can come see it." "Yeah, Mom's going to love it. We'll be in the new place in no time." She pulled out a folded piece of paper. "Oh, brother. Here's a list of everything we bought. Came to over 93,000. I wrote it all down. Take a look." He Huan blinked. He took the paper and scanned it. Every expense was written out cleanly, right down to a few yuan for shipping. "Why did you keep track of all this? It's not like you're getting reimbursed." He Chen rolled her eyes. "Mom always says money doesn't come easy. If you don't know where every penny goes, you end up wasting it." He Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Their mother did have that habit. He just hadn't expected He Chen to pick it up too. She pressed on. "Bro, I'm not trying to nag you, but you spend way too fast. 50,000 on 4 beds. Why that much? Beds are worth spending on. You sleep well on a good bed, especially Mom. She's at that age where a hard mattress makes her back ache." "Fine, Mom's bed should be good, but did the other 3 need to be that expensive? I saw beds for 4 or 5,000 that were super soft and just as well made. And the air conditioners, 3 would have been enough, but you went and bought 5. That one in the living room, 12,000 for a single unit. Why spend like that?" "Alright, my dear nagging sister. You've been worrying this bone for days. It's all bought now. Just enjoy it. I'm just upset about the money. What normal family drops over 90,000 on furniture and appliances? If you keep throwing money around like this, I really will tell Mom to take your stash so you don't blow through it all." He Huan laughed and shook his head. Fine from now on. I'll run every single expense by you first. I won't spend a cent without your approval. Happy?" He Chen's lips curled into a small, satisfied smile. That's more like it. By the time they got home, Liu Mai had just finished cooking. He Huan set the dishes on the table. Mom, Qian, and I looked at a place today. It's in Yapinju, right by my school. The house is really nice, comes with everything. Rent is only 5,000 a year. You want to go take a look after dinner? 5,000, that's a little steep, isn't it? Not at all. He Qian jumped in, terrified Liu Mai might disapprove. It's a brand new place with all new furniture and appliances, and my brother and I both love it. Mom, just come see it, I promise you'll love it too. All right, I'll go take a look. Did you set up a time with the landlord? He Qian didn't know how to lie, so she looked at He Huan. He Huan already had his answer ready. The landlord went abroad, so one of my classmates' parents is handling everything. They knew I wanted to bring you to see the place, so they gave me the key. We can just go straight there. Liu Mai shook her head. I don't get some people. How can they leave something as important as renting out a house to someone else? Because the landlord is related to my classmates' parents. He trusts them anyway. He's rich enough that the rent doesn't matter. He just wants someone living there to keep the place from sitting empty. He Qian was stunned. Her brother could lie without even flinching. She'd have to keep an eye on him. After dinner, He Huan's family took the bus over to the new apartment. He Qian excitedly pulled Liu Mai into the master bedroom. Mom, look, this is your room. Feel the mattress. Isn't it soft? Liu Mai was about to touch the mattress when a cool breeze swept past her, cutting the day's lingering heat. She turned and saw He Huan aiming a remote at the air conditioner. Huan, why did you turn on the AC? You were sweating, so I thought I'd cool you down. Isn't that wasting electricity? And anyway, we're just looking at the place. We'll leave soon. It's fine. We'll be paying the electric bill anyway. So you and Qian both want to rent this place? Of course. Otherwise we wouldn't have brought you here. Liu Mai eased herself down on the bed and pressed her palms into the mattress, testing its give. She smiled. Since you two like it, then let's rent it. I don't know what the landlord was thinking, renting out such a new place. He Qian felt both happy and guilty. She was still trying to find the right words when He Huan spoke up. The landlord went abroad, so he's definitely not short on cash. Mom, since you're okay with it, I'll go to my classmate's parents' office tomorrow and finalize everything. The place is so nice. Don't bother haggling. He Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He nodded quickly. Okay, Mom, I'll pay the deposit tomorrow at noon and lock it in. Meanwhile, you can cancel the lease on our current place. If the landlord refunds the deposit, great. If not, that's fine too. Whatever you do, don't get into a fight with anyone. Relax. You think I need you to tell me how to handle things? He Huan could see Liu Mai wasn't taking it seriously, and that worried him. It wasn't about losing a little rent money. He was afraid his mom might get into an argument and something bad would happen. Mom, doesn't Uncle have a 3-wheel cart? Ask him to come help us move tomorrow. Moving tomorrow? Why not? Do we need to check the almanac for a lucky day? Liu Mai laughed. I think you two can't wait to move in. Fine, I'll take the day off. Come home for lunch tomorrow, and then we'll all move together. He Qian cheered and flopped onto the mattress. This bed is so comfortable. I want to move in right now. Don't you ruin that mattress. I can't afford to pay for it. He Qian almost blurted out, I'm the landlord. Why would I need to pay? But she caught herself and just giggled. My brother has plenty of money. Liu Mai shot her a glare. What? Does his money fall from the sky? Well, in a way, it sort of did. About 10 minutes later, He Huan's family walked out of the apartment, all smiles. Across the hall, the door suddenly swung open, and Li Lan appeared, her face streaked with tears. He Huan's brain short-circuited for a few seconds before kicking back in. He couldn't believe it. What were the odds? He buys an apartment at random and it ends up right across from his homeroom teacher's place. When Li Lan saw He Huan, she looked even more flustered without a single word. She hurried down the stairs. He Huan was still trying to figure out what had just happened to the proud class beauty when a man and a woman walked out of the apartment behind her. The man was about 40, with a beer belly, but dressed nicely, clearly someone successful. The woman was pretty, with wavy hair falling to her shoulders. She didn't look very old, probably in her mid-20s. He Huan froze. What was going on? Wasn't Teacher Guo the woman of this house? Li Jun was holding a shopping bag. Calling down the stairwell, Lan Lan, why are you running off so fast? Auntie Zhu bought you clothes, you forgot them. She's not my auntie, and I don't want them. The footsteps didn't stop, and a girl's angry voice echoed up the stairs. Li Jun looked embarrassed. He turned to the woman beside him. That kid has no manners. I'll talk to her later. Zhu Minute tugged his arm. It's okay. It's normal for Xiao Lan to have issues with me. Give it time. Li Jun shifted his attention and finally noticed He Huan's family. Are you the new neighbors? Liu Mai looked a little nervous. No, we're just renting. Li Jun frowned. From that one sentence, he could already tell Liu Mai was insecure. This family probably didn't have much money. He nodded briefly and was about to head back inside with the woman when He Chen suddenly spoke up. Hey, bro, that girl just now looked like your desk mate. Li Jun raised an eyebrow. Your Lanlan's classmate? He Huan just grunted a yes. Li Jun's expression flickered between suspicion and surprise, but looking at Liu Mai and her daughter, he couldn't imagine they had any ulterior motives. He Huan seemed to read his mind. We had no idea Li Lan and Teacher Guo lived across the hall. If we'd known, we never would have rented this place. He Huan knew perfectly well Guo Jing didn't live there. He said it to put Li Jun's mind at ease. Li Jun gave an awkward laugh. Guo Jing and Lan Lan don't live here. I just had Lan over for dinner tonight. What a coincidence. Yeah, really. Who would have thought the new neighbor would be Lan Lan's classmate? Zhu Minute was all smiles, radiating friendliness. Young man, I'm Lan Lan's stepmother. If she runs into any trouble at school, please let me know since we're neighbors now. What a load of fake kindness, He Huan thought. He kept his face neutral. Li Lan does well in class. Besides, Teacher Guo is there, so she doesn't usually have problems. The young woman looked embarrassed and glanced at Li Jun. Li Jun sighed. Son, your Teacher Guo and we're having some relationship issues, but I'm still Lan Lan's biological father, and I truly want her to grow up healthy, so if she ever runs into real trouble at school, please let me know. That was a lot more sincere than the stepmother's offer. He Huan nodded. I'll keep an eye out. Once they were downstairs, He Chen asked, Bro, what's up with your classmate's family? That sounds so complicated. This was the first He Huan had learned about Li Lan's home situation, and no wonder she never talked about her dad at school. Someone as proud as her would never accept her father having an affair. You're too young. Don't ask. He Chen snorted. You think I don't get it? He's got a mistress. You men are all pigs. He Huan felt a pang of injustice. Why was he getting dragged into this? That had nothing to do with him. Li Lan sat at her desk, staring at her textbook without really seeing it. A scuff of sound beside her broke the spell. He Huan dropped into the next seat without a word. She'd wanted to say something, but the frost on his face pricked at her pride. Find it if he couldn't be bothered, neither could she. She fixed her eyes back on the page. He Huan didn't notice her mood. He poured himself a cup of hot tea, pulled out a practice test, and got to work from the back row. Feng Gan leaned forward. Yo, Huanzi. You hear about that thing in the news? The high school girl who jumped off the building? Whoa. How'd you know? Dazi County's tiny. A leaf twitches and the whole town hears about it. You know why she jumped? She was raped. Nah, gang raped. And I heard her boyfriend was in on it. Even for a man who'd lived 2 lifetimes, That landed like a punch. You making this up? The version I heard was different. He Huan scooted closer, her voice dropping to a whisper. Feng Gan's telling the truth. I've got a relative at the station. They already picked up the boyfriend. He Huan still wasn't sold, but why would he do that? Unless he had some kind of special fetish. He Huan shot him a glare. Can you not? Everything out of your mouth is trash. Wait, what's trash about that? Those are perfectly normal words. Feng Gan grinned. Huanzi, what's a special fetish? You gotta help me out here. Don't play dumb. You're the only one in the dorm with a phone. After lights out, how many times have you gone researching on that browser? You know exactly what it means. He Huan's cheeks went red. You two are disgusting, complete degenerates. He Huan chuckled. We're just normal guys. Anyone who says they're totally pure either has a physical problem or a mental one. I think all men have a problem. Li Lan listened to the back and forth beside her, and with every word she felt more irritated. He Huan. Her voice cut through the chatter. Come outside with me. I need to talk to you. He Huan and Feng Gan traded a look. The untouchable class beauty Li Lan had never initiated a conversation with He Huan before. What was going on? He Huan had a solid guess. He stood and followed her out. Evening self-study was about to begin, so the hallway was nearly empty. A night breeze slipped past, lifting a strand of black hair from her forehead. He Huan felt a brief skip in his chest, but he steadied himself fast, and no wonder she'd always been his first love. Even after all this time, he'd almost gotten pulled back in. He stopped by the railing and kept his tone light. This is about your dad, right? Li Lan didn't seem surprised. He'd figured it out. He Huan, about my parents. I want you to keep it quiet. Don't tell anyone in class. For most people, parents who couldn't get along was a sore spot. For someone as proud as Li Lan, it cut even deeper. He Huan shrugged. Don't worry. I'm not a gossip. That it? If so, I'm heading back in. There it was again, that cold wall, like talking to her was some kind of chore. Fresh anger flared in Li Lan's chest. It wasn't that she had any special feelings for him, but his deliberate coldness was a splinter she couldn't ignore. It needled at her. She spun on her heel and walked back to the classroom without another word, fuming. Find it if you don't want to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. He Huan just smiled faintly at her sudden storm and followed her in. Feng Gan clapped a hand on his shoulder and kept his voice low. What did the class beauty want with you? Soft as he'd been, Li Lan still heard him. She whipped around. What's it to you? Mind your own damn business. Feng Gan looked like a kicked puppy. He'd only asked a question. No need to bite his head off. He Huan smirked. Serves you right. You've got zero sense of timing. Oh, so you're the expert now? Feng Gan fired back. Go on then, explain what just happened. He Huan rolled her eyes and ignored him. The bell for evening self-study rang. Their English teacher, Zhao Yu, walked in carrying a tape player in one hand and a stack of test papers in the other. We'll do a practice test tonight. Group leaders, hand these out quickly. The listening section starts right away. A chorus of groans rolled through the room. Most students hated English listening. They couldn't understand a word, so they just guessed blind. But He Huan was actually looking forward to it. His spoken English was solid, so listening shouldn't be a problem. Besides, he needed a test to see where he really stood. As a smooth British voice came through the tape player, He Huan calmly marked the correct answers, just as he'd figured. No real challenge. When the listening section ended, Zhao Yu clicked off the player and set it aside. Her gaze swept the room and landed on He Huan. She had a small grudge against this student. More than once, during casual chats with other teachers, they'd gone on about how completely He Huan had changed. Paying attention in class, turning in perfect homework, and yet in English, he showed zero interest. Every period, He'd sneak a book from another subject onto his desk. If he'd been slacking in everything like before, she wouldn't have minded, but working hard in every subject except hers, that felt personal. Tonight, though, something was different. He was actually focused on the test. Zhao Yu was curious. His English foundation was weak, and he never paid attention. Could he even handle these questions? She stepped down from the podium, made 2 slow loops around the room, and finally stopped right behind He Huan. One glance at his paper and she froze. Every answer was correct, and he was finishing much faster than everyone else. What was this? How had his English gotten so good, so fast? She couldn't tear herself away. He Huan, meanwhile, was starting to squirm. He took a sip from his cup. When she still didn't move, he cleared his throat and murmured, "Teacher Zhao, you standing right behind me is kind of making me nervous." "As if you have anything to be nervous about." Zhao Yu wanted to say it out loud, but she just returned to the podium instead. He Huan let out a quiet breath. Then another thought hit him. If he kept answering everything right, he'd probably score above 130. That kind of number would stick out way too much for a known slacker. To dodge the awkward questions, he'd have to deliberately throw some points. After evening self-study, He Huan and He Chen came home. A few plastic bags stuffed with clothes were already sitting by the door. "Mom, you started packing today?" Liu Mai came out of the kitchen holding a large soup bowl. We move tomorrow. No telling how much stuff we'll have to sort through, so I'm putting away the clothes we won't be wearing. Put down your things and come have some chicken soup." "Mom, you're still cooking this late?" "We're moving tomorrow. Taking half a chicken with us would be a pain, so I figured I'd just cook it up tonight." He Huan was actually a little hungry. He didn't stand on ceremony, ladled himself a bowl of chicken soup and started eating. When Liu Mai spotted He Chen still wearing her earphones, she said impatiently, "Qian, why do you still have those things on at the dinner table?" He Chen was about to explain, but when she saw He Huan glaring at her, she swallowed her words in fear. He Huan said sternly, "Mom's right from now on. No earphones during meals." He Chen gave a soft "oh" and quickly took them off. Liu Mai watched in amazement. He Huan's word now carried more weight than hers. He Huan asked, "Mom, you want some chicken soup too?" "No, if I drink too much, I won't be able to sleep." Liu Mai sat at the table, silent, her face troubled. He Huan noticed something was off. He set down his chopsticks. "Mom, is there something you want to tell me?" Huan, how much money do you have in the stock market right now?" "About a little over 350,000. You made a few thousand more in just a few days." He Huan smiled slightly. "Mom, stop beating around the bush. Did my 2 uncles come to borrow money again?" Liu Mai shot He Huan a look. "I didn't tell them about your stock trading. Why would they come borrow money?" He Huan was puzzled. "Then what is it?" "We're moving into the new house tomorrow, and all our sheets and bedding now are way too old. It doesn't feel right to bring them along." He Chen's eyes lit up. "Mom, I think so too. Let's just buy new ones tomorrow. The small market has plenty, but the quality is just so." He Huan finally caught on. "Mom, are you short on money?" Liu Mai froze for a moment, then gave a light nod. A wave of guilt washed over He Huan. He stood up. "Mom, I'll go withdraw some cash. Wait for me." "It's so late. Where are you going to withdraw money? How about tomorrow?" "It's fine. There's an ATM outside. At least finish your chicken soup first." The only answer was the slam of the door. He Huan was already out. He Chen asked Liu Mai, "Mom, didn't my brother give you 3,000 a few days ago?" "Yeah, with that 3,000 from your brother, I've only got around 7,800 now. The new place has 4 beds, just the bedding alone will cost a few thousand, plus a rice cooker, pots, bowls, plates, all the odds and ends that I'm worried I won't have enough. He Qian's heart sank. Lately she'd been following He Huan around buying this and that, tossing around tens of thousands at a time that it made her feel like they'd turned rich overnight. She never imagined her mother was still scraping by with only 7,800 to her name. What could 7,800 do? It couldn't even cover one bed for the new house. He Qian suddenly stood and pulled a cute little wallet from her pocket. Mom, I'll give you all my money. Why would I take your money? Liu Mai stopped mid-sentence, stunned as He Qian pulled a stack of crisp red 100 yuan bills from her small wallet. Where did you get so much money? My brother gave it to me. Every so often he'd slip me a red 100, but I haven't wasted it. I've only bought snacks, at most. All my money is right here, over 1,800. Liu Mai was livid inside. Her son, naturally, was sitting on hundreds of thousands, and now she finds out her daughter has nearly 2,000 in pocket money, so the whole family was living it up while she alone pinched every penny. She took all the red hundreds from He Qian, leaving her only about 70 in small bills. Your brother covers all your school expenses now. Why do you need to carry so much cash? What if you lose it? I'll hold on to this for you. He Qian watched the red hundreds disappear and immediately regretted it. Why'd she have to go and be so filial? Her brother was definitely out getting cash right this minute. Was Mom really going to be short? She'd been a little rich girl, and now she was right back to being broke. That's not right. He Qian looked up blankly. Mom, what's wrong now? All your brother's money is tied up in stocks, so where did the money for renting a place and all your pocket money come from? That's no small amount. He Qian swallowed nervously. I don't know. Liu Mai could tell from He Qian's expression that she was hiding something. She smacked the table. You and your brother are always trading looks and signals. How could you not know? Wait, could you even use trading looks and signals for me and my brother? He Qian didn't have the energy to critique her mother's word choice. She lowered her head and muttered, I really don't know. Liu Mai was certain He Qian was lying. If you tell me now, I'll let it slide, but if I find out from your brother later, you'll see what happens. He Qian was genuinely scared. She was afraid He Huan would throw her under the bus. Better to throw him under it first. Better him than me, she thought. Dear brother, I'm sorry. Actually, my brother still has a lot of money. Liu Mai had expected that all along, so she wasn't surprised. How much is a lot? Over 1 million. What did you say? Liu Mai thought she'd misheard. Are you sure it's over 1 million? That's what my brother said, but now it's probably only around 600,000 or 700,000. How did it drop so much? Buying the house we're moving into tomorrow. My brother actually bought it. Liu Mai was first shocked, then crestfallen. She didn't understand why He Huan would tell He Qian something so important but hide it from her. Did he think she wasn't reliable? Seeing her mother sitting with her head down, silent for a long time, He Qian knew she was upset. She said softly, Mom, my brother didn't mean to hide it from you. He was afraid it would be too much for your heart to handle all at once. Think about it. Just now, the second you hinted you were short on cash, he put down his bowl and rushed out to get you money. My brother really cares about you. Liu Mai looked at the half-finished bowl of chicken soup on the table and finally smiled. Before, you two were always at each other's throats. Now you've teamed up to bully me, the outsider. Mom, you're talking nonsense again. How could you be an outsider? You're a he by marriage. Liu Mai rolled her eyes. Fine. What else are you two hiding from me? He Qian gave her a rough summary of buying the apartment, the furniture, and the appliances. The more Liu Mai listened, the deeper her frown grew. Over 10,000 for one bed. What was your brother thinking, buying something so expensive? Why? Didn't you stop him? I did say something. Before we went, my brother said I was in charge, but once we got to the store, he didn't listen to a single word I said. What was I supposed to do? I think you were perfectly happy to let him buy whatever he wanted after all. It's your house. A sour rush of jealousy hit He Chen. She was secretly delighted, but she put on a wounded expression. Well, if my brother insists on transferring it to me, what can I do? Where's the property deed? In the cabinet at the new place. Bring it to me tomorrow. I'll keep it safe. He Chen felt a wave of déjà vu when she was little. Every time she got New Year's money, her mom would say she'd keep it safe. Then somehow, that money just became mom's. There was no way He Chen wanted to hand the deed over. She felt like that little booklet was only truly hers if she kept it herself. When she didn't respond, Liu Mai suddenly slapped the table. What are you thinking? Such an important document can't stay with you. What if you lose it? You will bring it to me tomorrow. Otherwise, fine, He Chen said, dragging the word out to show her displeasure. When He Huan got home, he could tell something was off. His mom and sister sat silently at the dinner table, not saying a word. When he walked in, He Chen lowered her head, while Liu Mai shot him a sharp look before glancing away. Did they have a fight? He Huan didn't understand, but he said, Mom, I got the cash. He placed 20,000 yuan on the table. Liu Mai picked up the money without a word and headed to her room. He Huan's heart sank. What the hell, is she mad at me? But I brought the money back. Shouldn't she be touched? Why the cold shoulder? He looked at He Chen, but she avoided his eyes and said nervously, I'm going to take a shower. Why are you showering now? Liu Mai stopped at the doorway. Can't you see your brother's chicken soup has gone cold? Go heat it up for him. He Chen's face flushed. Oh, she got up and went to the kitchen. He Huan was confused, but seeing how stern Liu Mai was, he didn't dare ask what was going on. After a moment, Liu Mai finally disappeared into her room. He Huan quickly moved next to He Chen. What's going on with Mom? Why's she so mad? He Chen's nose stung. In a near teary voice, she said, Bro, Mom wants to confiscate my property deed. What? You told her everything? He Chen nodded. She threatened me. I had no choice. Feeling guilty, He Huan asked, what else did she say? Did she yell at me? She told me to heat your soup. She'd never yell at you. She just took it all out on me. He Huan chuckled. Serves you right. You should have kept your mouth shut. But seeing how miserable she looked, he softened. All right. After you graduate high school, I'll buy you another apartment. Just keep your mouth shut this time and don't let Mom find out. He Chen's eyes lit up. She nodded firmly. Bro, can you lend me 200? Embarrassed, she said. Mom took away my allowance too. He Huan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Liu Mai's door was closed, he quickly pulled 500 from his wallet. Let me know when you run out. He Chen's eyes crinkled, two dimples appearing on her cheeks. Thanks, bro. The next morning, He Huan woke to rustling sounds outside his door. He opened it and found his mom, Liu Mai, packing things. Mom, you're up early. Liu Mai kept working without looking up, answering with only a quiet He Huan felt awkward. Looks like she's still mad and doesn't want to talk to me. He woke He Chen. When she got up and saw Liu Mai's stony face, she was too scared to say a word. The siblings brushed their teeth and washed up in silence. Just as they were about to leave, Liu Mai suddenly spoke. When we move today, should we set off some firecrackers? He Huan didn't like drawing attention, but since Liu Mai brought it up, she probably wanted to make it official and celebrate. Moving into a new home was a big event. Mom, set them off if you want. You're the boss in this house. What do you mean I'm the boss? You're the one with abilities now, making big money. You bought a house without even consulting me. Guess I have to ask the head of the household for his opinion these days. He Huan couldn't fight the sarcasm. He just surrendered. Mom, stop teasing me. I'm sorry, okay? I'll hand over the rest of my cash, a few $100,000, to you. You can do whatever you want with it. You're sure you want to give it all to me? Absolutely. I can even hand over the $300,000 I have in stocks. Liu Mai was touched. That added up to over $1 million. But she didn't know that even after giving away that $1 million, He Huan still had $99 million left. It was pocket change to him. Liu Mai sighed. Forget it. Keep your money. Your mom hasn't accomplished much in life. At T40, I haven't saved a single yuan. If you gave it to me, it'd just sit in the bank earning interest. Better for you to keep investing in stocks. Mom, raising me in Chanshan makes you the most accomplished person in this family. Now that I'm grown and can earn money in the stock market, it's my turn to give back. I'll cover all the household expenses from now on. I'll give you $8,000 a month. Save what you don't use, and just ask if you need more. $8,000. Our expenses aren't that high. He Chen chimed in. Bro said you can save whatever's left. Mom, I think you don't even need to work anymore. Liu Mai shot her a glare. Not work? Don't go forgetting the hard days just because you've had a few good ones. Alright, Mom, Chanshan and I are heading to school. When you hand over the apartment today, be nice to the landlord. Don't get into any arguments. No, you're so naggy. Just as he opened the door, He Huan remembered something. Oh, and Mom, about the new place, tell people we're renting it. If they know we bought it, I'll have a hard time explaining where the money came from. Better if no one knows I'm trading stocks. Liu Mai thought that was very reasonable and agreed. Still, it stung a little, having to pretend her own house was a rental. He Chen had been buzzing with excitement all morning. The second the bell rang, she could barely wait to race downstairs. Yaroshin watched her go and called out, Chanshan, wait up, let's grab lunch together. I've got something at home today, not eating at school. And just like that, she was gone. Yaroshin felt a sting of disappointment. She'd been saving her allowance, finally had over 10 yuan, enough to treat the siblings at the second-floor dining hall. Now she was left hanging. A girl next to her leaned in and whispered, Yaroshin, isn't it kind of weird? When school started, He Chen was dead broke. She wouldn't even buy a spicy snack. Now she's suddenly got cash, eating upstairs every day, and she's even got a bubugao music player. Yaroshin's mind went straight to He Huan, but she couldn't figure out how the two of them had gone from broke to comfortable in just a few days. That's their business. Don't be so nosy. Come on, let's eat. He Huan met He Chen and they hurried home together. Unlike his sister, who was still grinning from ear to ear, a knot of unease sat heavy in his gut. Something told him this move wasn't going to go smoothly. When they got close to the building, he spotted a police car parked out front. He Huan broke into a sprint. He Chen didn't understand. She thought he was just as excited as she was, so she ran after him, shouting, Brother, slow down, wait up. They reached the bottom of the stairs just as a motorcycle pulled up. He Huan, He Chen, you're out of school already? He Huan spun around, startled. Third aunt, third uncle. What are you doing here? He Xianglan looked flustered. Your uncle told me the landlord was giving your mom trouble, so we got here as fast as we could. The color drained from He Huan's face. He scooped up a fist-sized rock from the ground and bolted up the stairs. He Chen's eyes went red. She grabbed a glass bottle and followed right behind him. He Xianglan shouted after them. Panicked, what are you two doing? Your mom's fine, the police are upstairs mediating. He Huan had been too furious to think straight, but his aunt's words forced him to get a grip. Right, if a police car was here, things couldn't be that bad. He Xianglan hurried over and said, put that rock down. There are plenty of grown men in the He family to handle this. Fighting is not for you kids, your grandpa, your eldest uncle, your third uncle, And a couple of your cousins are all up there. Don't worry, your mom's okay. A warmth spread through He Huan's chest. The family's unity hit him right in the heart. Thank you, third aunt. Thank you, third uncle. We're family. No need for that. Come on, let's go see what's happening. They reached the apartment. The place was packed with He family members. In the middle of the crowd stood two police officers, Liu Mai, and a pudgy middle-aged man. Huan, Qian, are you two already out of school? He Huan followed the voice and saw a white-haired old woman walking toward him. Grandma, you came too? Yes, your uncle brought me in his tricycle. Their exchange pulled everyone's attention toward them. Even Liu Mai looked a little embarrassed for once. Just last night, her son had told her over and over not to fight with the landlord, but when the landlord said he wouldn't refund a single cent of the deposit, she lost it and called the He family. Then the police got dragged in since it was already past noon. The officer wrapped things up. All right, this isn't that serious. Let's both give a little derma. You refund 1,000 yuan of the deposit to Ms. Liu, and we'll consider it settled. The landlord saw how outnumbered he was and knew this was the best deal he was going to get. He agreed. Liu Mai wanted to push for another 200 or 300, but for some reason, looking at He Huan made her feel guilty, so she agreed on the spot. The landlord handed Liu Mai 1,000 yuan in cash while the officers watched. Still grumbling, he said, "You got your money back. When are you moving out?" Liu Mai was always gentle with her kids, but when it came to outsiders, she had fire in her veins. She put a hand on her hip and snapped, "I wouldn't stay in this dump if you paid me. We're moving out right now." Most of their stuff was already packed. The He family jumped in and hauled the luggage downstairs. One uncle had a tricycle, a cousin drove a minivan over. With that many hands, everything was loaded in no time. A few relatives were about to leave on their motorcycles when He Huan stepped in front of them. "Uncles, it's lunchtime. Let's all go eat at a restaurant." They all waved it off, saying they had things to do. Liu Mai came down just in time to catch this. She quickly said, "I really appreciate all the He brothers coming out to back me up. You have to eat with us. Let my kids and me show you our thanks." Uncle He Jongwo had been waiting for Liu Mai to speak. In his eyes, He Huan was still just a kid. His words didn't carry any real weight. He added, "You all came out here to help. There's no way we're letting you leave hungry, and no matter how busy you are, you're eating before you go." At that, the relatives relented and agreed with smiles. The whole group made their way to the Yapinju housing complex, carrying the luggage as they followed He Chen up to the second floor. She unlocked the door, and everyone stared in awe at the brand-new, luxurious interior. Third aunt set her things down and asked Liu Mai, "Second sister-in-law, this new rental is amazing. How much is it per year?" Remembering what He Huan had told her, Liu Mai answered, 5,000. "It's a little steep, but it's right by number 1 high school, so it's easy for Huan and Qian to get to class." Grandpa He Jiashu frowned at him. Spending 5,000 on a rental was a total waste. But when he heard others start to whisper, his temper flared. "Enough chattering, it's just a rental, nothing to gawk at." Liu Mai already explained, it's close to the school. Good for the kids. If Huan and Qian get into a top university, it'll be worth every last cent. The room went dead quiet. He Huan felt a deep wave of emotion. His mother wasn't well liked by her own family, but here in her husband's family, she was treated with real respect. For years, no one had ever raised their voice at her. After his father died, she didn't remarry. She didn't run off. She stayed and raised him and his sister by herself. Every single member of the He family, young and old, remembered that debt. That's why today, one phone call from his mom brought 7 or 8 able-bodied men ready to throw down. And just now, even though Grandpa thought the rent was too high, The second he heard others grumbling about her, he stepped right in to defend her. Third aunt sensed the tension in the room and stepped in. Dad, nobody's talking bad about second sister-in-law. It's just, none of us have ever seen a house this nice. We're a little stunned, that's all. Liu Mai didn't want anyone feeling awkward on her account, so she smiled. It's fine. No one said anything wrong. Let's put our things down and go out to eat. She led the group out of the residential complex. There were several restaurants near the entrance. Only one, a place called Fat Sisters, had halfway decent decor. The rest were mom-and-pop holes in the wall. When Liu Mai glanced his way, He Huan knew she was asking for his opinion. Mom, how about Fat Sisters? It looks cleaner. Why waste the money? Grandpa, He Jiashu cut in. You already spent plenty on the rental. Save where you can. Without waiting, he headed straight into the nearest hole in the wall. That's right. We're family. No need to stand on ceremony. A simple meal's fine. Everyone followed him in. He Huan sighed and said to He Qian, Qian, order a few good dishes. I'm going to buy something. He Qian looked at him, curious. What are you buying? Cigarettes. Cigarettes? He didn't even smoke, but before she could ask anything else, he was already walking away, so she had to follow the others into the little restaurant. With 15 people crammed into the place, there wasn't a table big enough, so they split into two groups. When He Qian saw Liu Mai ordering 5 or 6 basic home-style dishes, she leaned in and whispered, Mom, my brother said to order some hearty dishes. Even though she kept her voice low, the people nearby heard. They all laughed, chalking it up to a kid being greedy. Big Uncle He Zhongwo chuckled. We're all family here. Order whatever you want. Liu Mai reminded herself this was supposed to be a happy housewarming day. No need to be stingy. The most substantial dishes at a small eatery like this were things like beer duck and braised pork trotters. She added several meat dishes until everyone around kept saying that's more than enough, and then finally put the menu down. Just then, He Huan walked in carrying a large black plastic bag. While everyone was still wondering what was inside, he started pulling out carton after carton of Yellow Crane Tower cigarettes. These sold for 20 yuan a pack on the market. A whole carton came out. A little cheaper, but still close to 200 yuan. One of the younger uncles sat nearby, completely caught off guard when He Huan pressed a carton into his hands. He Huan, what are you doing? My mom ran into trouble today. I want to thank all you uncles for coming to back her up. This is just a small token. How can we accept this? The uncle immediately tried pushing the carton back. We didn't really do much. The police officers handled most of it, and your mom's already treating us to a meal. We appreciate the thought, but a whole carton for each person, that's way too much. Heads nodded around the room, but a strange feeling settled over the group. They'd come to help, and the total refund had only been 1,000 yuan. He Huan's gift of 10 cartons was worth 2,000 yuan, plus the meal. That meant Liu Mai was actually over 1,000 yuan in the hole just to show her gratitude. Big Uncle He Zhongwo added, Huan, this is too generous. You should return these cigarettes. We came to help, not for gifts. That's right, second sister-in-law. Tell He Huan to take them back. Even Grandpa He Jiashu spoke up. Liu Mai, we're all family. There's no need to stand on ceremony like this. Your salary's not high, life is still tight, every penny counts. Tell Huan to return those cigarettes. Everyone chimed in, all trying to convince Liu Mai to step in. Liu Mai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. They all thought she'd sent He Huan to buy the cigarettes. The truth was, the thought had never crossed her mind. He'd done it entirely on his own. She shot him a frustrated glare, but he completely ignored it. He Huan cleared his throat. Once the chatter settled, he spoke. Grandpa, Big uncle, all of you uncles, I was honestly moved that you showed up today and why Mom is a strong woman, but she's still just one person and if she gets into a conflict, she's bound to come out on the losing end as her son. It's my duty to protect her, but when I'm not there, like today, I have to rely on our He family. These cigarettes are a small gesture first, to say thank you for always lending a hand when our family gets into trouble. Second, to make a request. I'm asking that if my Mom ever runs into another problem, you'll come help again. The whole room was stunned. He Huan had always been the silent type. Why was he suddenly so articulate, so smooth with his words? Grandpa He Jiashu felt a deep sense of pride hearing this. Huan, it's really wonderful that you feel this way. Your mom's been part of this family for so many years now, raising you and your sister. She's been through a lot, and we've all seen it, so don't worry. If your mom ever faces trouble, we'll do everything we can to help. But these cigarettes, take them back. Your mom works hard for her money. Grandpa, this is my money. Isn't your money still from your mom? You can't be earning money yourself, can you? This money really is earned by me. A wave of disbelief mixed with a bit of anger washed over He Jiashu. A kid could be mischievous, but lying was another matter. His tone turned stern. You're still in school. How can you possibly earn money? I made a little money in the stock market. Mom knows about it. He Jiashu was stunned. He turned to look at Liu Mai. She gave a slight nod. It's true. He did make some money in stocks. Otherwise, we wouldn't have rented such a nice place. That line hit like a depth charge instantly. The little shop was in an uproar. How do you know how to trade stocks? When did you start trading stocks? But the question on everyone's lips was, how much did you make? He Huan waited for the noise to die down a little before answering. I've been trading for about 6 months. I made around 150,000. Silence fell again. Even the other diners nearby were staring at them in disbelief. A high school student making 150 grand in 6 months from stocks. What kind of prodigy was this? Then third uncle's husband, Luo Sen, zeroed in on something. He Huan, where did you get the capital to trade? He Huan had seen that question coming. He gave the same explanation he'd told Liu Mai. I won the lottery before. I had 200,000. So you're sitting on over 300,000 now? Yeah. Envy filled the room back then. In a small fifth-tier county, a typical monthly salary was around 2,000 yuan, and some jobs paid as low as 700 or 800. 300,000 was an astronomical figure in most people's eyes. Third Uncle Luo Sen felt a surge of excitement. He grinned and asked, Huan, how does this stock trading thing work? Could you teach me? I've got a few tens of thousands lying around. I wouldn't mind making a little extra. Everyone else's eyes lit up too. All of them stared at He Huan. Stock trading is actually pretty straightforward. Making money at it, though, not so simple. There's a saying, investing comes with risks. You need to be careful when you step into the market. Well, that's easy. You just tell me which stocks to buy, and I'll follow along, right? That's where it gets tricky. You have to buy and sell constantly. Even a slight delay in communication, and the outcome can change completely. Luo Sen's excitement dimmed, but then He Huan spoke again. How about this, third uncle, if you trust me, give me the money and I'll trade the stocks for you. At the end of each year, I'll hand you back the principal plus the profits all at once. The fire in Luo Sen's eyes flared back to life. He said eagerly, that's even better. Sorry to put you through all the trouble. Third uncle's wife stepped forward then, worry written all over her face. Huan, we don't have much saved up, just a few tens of thousands. We're not going to lose it, are we? He Huan paused, then answered honestly, that is a possibility. All I can say is, We'll be buying the same stocks. If we lose together. If we win together. Third uncle and his wife both hesitated. Just then, eldest uncle stood up. What business in this world has zero risk and guarantees a profit? Huan, I'll put in 30,000. If it's lost, I won't blame you. The other uncles were pretty interested. Point 2 said they needed to go home and talk it over with their wives first, but the other 3 agreed right then and there to put money in. He Huan genuinely wanted to help them out, so he wasn't about to turn anyone away. Still, he had to make the risks crystal clear. People were complicated. Best not to test them. In his past life, he had seen far too many cases where good intentions got repaid with resentment. He Jiashu noticed his only son-in-law was still wavering, and that irked him a little. Huan, Grandpa will invest 10,000 too. No sooner had the words left his mouth than he felt someone tugging at his clothes. He turned and saw Grandma standing behind him. Deliberately, he asked, "Why are you pulling on my clothes?" Grandma looked a bit embarrassed, but she still pressed him. "At your age, what kind of fortune are you trying to build? That's our retirement money." Grandpa raised his voice a notch. "Who says I'm trying to get rich? Our grandson is doing well. I have to support him." He turned back to He Huan, "If you make money, spend it however you like. If you lose it, just count it as Grandpa's loss." He Huan was deeply moved. "Don't worry, Grandpa, no matter what, I won't lose you and Grandma's retirement money. When the profits come in at the end of the year, I'll build a big house back in the old hometown and support you both there." He Jiashu burst out laughing. "This kid sure knows how to make me happy." He Huan meant it'd next spring. He planned to tear down the old house and build a big new one. He'd used this moment to mention it casually, so his family would have time to get used to the idea. Third uncle's wife finally made up her mind. She said to third uncle, "What's there to be afraid of? Nothing ventured, nothing gained. And if you don't risk anything, you can't lose anything either. Let's put in 50,000. Third uncle had been tempted all along, so he didn't object. He Huan smiled. "Don't worry, third aunt. Right now, I've got a very good handle on the market, and this year is a bull market. Besides, the odds of making money are high. It's fine. If we lose, we lose. We can accept that." He Huan motioned toward the cigarettes on the table. "Everyone, please don't turn these down. They really are just a small token of my appreciation. At the end of the year, I'll share the profits with all of you." One of the uncles picked up a carton. "All right, Huan's doing well now, so I won't be shy. Normally, I'd never splurge on a carton of 21 Yellow Crane Tower. Never thought my nephew would hand me a whole carton today." He Huan chuckled. "That's nothing. Our lives are only going to get better from here. Who knows? Maybe one day, if I give you the same cigarettes, you'll call me cheap and point a finger at me." Everyone laughed. With that uncle taking the lead, the others accepted their cigarettes too. As the dishes arrived, the atmosphere grew even livelier. The uncles started by asking how he'd won the lottery, then kept pressing him about stocks for the lottery. He just spun some story about insane luck, and no one questioned it. When it came to stocks, He Huan had served as the CEO of a listed company in his past life, so he had no trouble explaining things. He had the uncles completely dazzled. He Chen watched her brother talk at the dinner table like a full-grown adult. A spark of admiration lit up her eyes. A swell of pride rose from somewhere deep inside her. He Huan was her brother, but in that moment, he felt like a father, holding up the entire household. An older brother truly could take a father's place. Though their dad was gone, her brother had become the family's pillar. Since no one was drinking, the meal wrapped up quickly. He Huan and He Chen had to get back to campus for classes. Before leaving, He Huan told Liu Mai to coordinate with the uncles, finalize exactly how much they'd invest in stocks, and collect the principal. Liu Mai agreed right away. Walking toward the school, He Qian noticed He Huan had his head down, lost in thought. She asked curiously, "Bro, what are you thinking about?" "Nothing much. Don't think I can't tell. You're definitely figuring out how to help the uncles make money in the stock market." He Huan let out a quiet laugh. The truth was, the stock market was just a cover, an excuse to give them money at the end of the year. Of course he'd put their cash into stocks too, and they'd earn a little. But 200,000 or 300,000 wasn't the kind of sum that would ever make him break a sweat. What he was really thinking about was his own next step right now. He had nearly 100 million in cash tied up in stocks before the subprime mortgage crisis next year. He had to pull every bit of that out. Then, during the downturn, he planned to buy up shares in promising companies. As someone who'd already lived through it, he was confident he could multiply his capital at least 50 times by the time he graduated college. But what came after that? Should he sell his shares and use that 50 billion to start another internet company, like in his past life, or just hold on to the shares and coast through life? If he started a company again, he'd be retreading the same path with his money. An experience, the company would do even better than before. But could he solve the problems that had doomed his last one? Honestly, he wasn't sure. Those problems came from forces far beyond his control: pandemics, trade wars, military conflicts. As impressive as he was just a businessman. World peace was the politician's job. If he coasted, his shares would still be worth tens of billions, no stress, no hassle. The only downside was that life might feel a little empty. He Huan cursed himself under his breath. What a masochist. Here he was, with the option to kick back and count money, and he was still thinking about starting a business: fishing, traveling, foot massages, spa treatments. Okay, maybe not those last two, but all of it beat grinding away at work. Besides, in his last life, he had fought tooth and nail and only gotten married at 40. This time around, his top priority ought to be getting his mom a grandchild as soon as possible. Once he'd made up his mind, He Huan felt a wave of good cheer. He turned to He Qian with a smile. "Making money, that's easy, your big brother's specialty." He Qian rolled her eyes. "You talk so slick. Nothing serious ever comes out of your mouth." "Slick? I'm being down to earth. You think just anyone can buy a house as easily as your brother?" He Qian thought about it and realized he actually had a point. "Fine. Maybe you're a little bit impressive." "Just a little? What do you expect? There aren't many people in this world who earn even a little bit of my admiration." He Huan was genuinely surprised that in his past life, when he had assets in the tens of billions, He Qian had never said anything that worshipful. A deep satisfaction filled him, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile.